And thank you for being here. It's actually appreciable, and it's an honor to welcome especially the participants who have come from all across India to participate in the 31st award function. I would now, my name is Ajay Sahu. I'm the founder director of IRHS Delhi, and I'm also the honorary secretary for Delhi chapter. I would be your host for today. And first thing first, some house rules so that our whole day goes well and we conduct this program efficiently. May I request each one of you to just take out your mobile phones and see if it is on silent mode. I would also do that. And a request to each one of you, in case you get a call, unless it is from your HR telling you to that you have been promoted, do not take the call. We would have enough time in between for you to take your calls during tea breaks and lunch breaks. Also, we would request each one of you to keep silent when other participants are making their presentations, as a courtesy to all the participants present here. And now I would request our president, Dr. Nataraj Ray, to inaugurate this program as well as to say a few words. Dr. Ray, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Little bit louder. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, now. Respected my colleague and the chairman of the committee, Shubir Bikash Mitroji, my another colleague, Dr. A.C. Joshi ji, for director ISTD. The jury members are here today, 3 in presence, and 1 is in online. My dear past president who are in the online, National Council members, some of the National Council members are there from Jaipur and others, chapter chairman from various chapter secretaries, and also treasurer and my dear own dear HR fraternity from the various organization. Last 32 years, you are here and showcase your HR best practices, which we have learned from you, because you are the industry captain and you have done a wonderful job for the not only industries, and it is also for the at large of the country. I am thankful to the participant organization to send their participation many years and give us the thought provoking for the other organization for how to showcase their best HR practices. Thank you very much from my core hearts of all of the PSUs and other chapters, private, publics and others for their wonderful HR practices, which is a learning session for all of us. Thank you very much. The ISTD is the largest integrated organization in the country. Our vision is to transformation of knowledge through training and development. So our knowledge, ISTD is a vision is to transforming the knowledge. What you are also doing, the HR organization who are here today, the PSUs and others, we are also transforming the knowledge to us. And our mission transformation of the knowledge through training and development, and also facilitate individual or organization to excel the training and development and activities. So our vision and mission, which is the part of the training and development HR activities, so that we are the largest training organization in the country, thanks to the our predecessors who have made the ISTD for these 53 years in the country, the oldest organization in the country, where we are here today. Today's world is very critical in terms of the economic growth, in terms of the other activities. So I am not going for that, because I am telling little bit about the ISTD, because head of the ISTD, I tell what is ISTD, how they works, and the details of the things. Today's program, the directors, my director, Dr. A.C. Joshi, and also the chairman of the committee, they will give the brief of this today's. So I am left them, both of them, for tell on this matter. So I am coming to the ISTD. ISTD is the largest organization. We have 26,000 alumni across the country. The ISTD diploma, there is a PG diploma. This is the largest diploma in the country. We are the government recognized diploma. We are the LND diploma. We are updated nowadays in the PG diploma. And this diploma is the best diploma in the country. I have done this diploma 30 years back. So ISTD membership, as on date, 9,000 plus members in ISTD, and these members, some of the members are top of the organization. In the even some of the CEOs, some of the CMDs of the diploma holder from ISTD, you go to the thing. I can tell you the many facets of the CEOs and others, our members, and also very many ministries, also our members, and many organizations across the country, DOPT and others, and all are our members. So this is our activities of membership. We have a Skill India mission, that the Prime Minister vision and mission. We are part of the NCVT, sectoral skills and others, and we are, as on date, ISTD has done the 3 lakhs assessment for the country, which is the largest one in the country, with the Prime Minister vision and mission. We are doing the RPL, recognition of prior learning, MES, and other now many sectoral skill. We are part of that. We have the customized corporate training program. We are regularly receive the training program from all the PSUs, like ONGCs, like Indian Oil, like GAILs, like sales, and that we have the pattern 2 programs. We have the master training program that are train the trainer. We have the master training program. We have the portions other training program. We have a pattern, right? In this regard, I enlighten you that NOC and the largest training provider of the country, we are the part of that, which is a UK-based organization. So the master training program, which we are doing that, you are also doing that. Apart from that, IJTD, we see the one of the largest circulation of the country, that is a training development. The young budding HR members are requested to send their articles so that we can publish it, which it is appreciation by the many corporates and others. Apart from that, we have today is there innovative training practices. There is one of our flagship organization which we are doing that. Young male and female training awards. I can tell you why you people are not aware what ISTDs work, what is the sectors ISTD work, what is the wing ISTD work. So we have in the young male female training awards. So the young male, females and young budding HRs are requested to send our program, that is the Young Trainers Award. We have an ISTD FICI Awards, book award. Lot of people are writing a book. Send the books to us. We are awarded you. We are assessing you. We are supporting you to be part of this ISTD book award, best member awards. Who are member is there. You send their membership form. Every year we are doing this. Best member awards, best chapter awards, best small chapter awards, which we have. Kamala awards, Vivekananda awards, CEOs awards, all our awards are there. Some of the awards are very lucrative, cash prize also. You will be happy for that. Recently, we have engaged another award. We have enlisted another award, the Sharu Rangnekar Awards, which the cash prize is 1 lakh rupees. So I would request all of you, you nominate yourself, you nominate from your organization, so that ISTD will be benefited by turn. You also benefited. Young Trainers Awards, everything is there, ISTD. Now, the thing is that now 31 years we are doing this innovative training program. So this is a nutshell of ISTD. I will not take more time. I will tell everybody, please enjoy today's program and keep in touch with ISTD. You are the part of the ISTD. You are the one of the member of ISTD from now onwards. Be a member, because today from up to 31st June, there is a 50% discount is going on. So you part of the ISTD, be a member and continue the legacy of the ISTD. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. As you all know, this particular award, we started in 1990. So we are in the 31st year of the national award. And the very fact that every year we get scores of participants who participate in this award, it is a testimony to the credibility of this award over the years. Now, may I request Dr. S.B. Mitra, who is the chairman of the award committee, to come and tell us more about the award and the process. Dr. Mitra.
Thank you, Ajay. Good morning, respected National President Dr. Nataraj Ray, respected Dr. S.K. Joshi, Director of the ISTD on the dais, jury members of the dais, Dr. R.K. Dubey, Dr. S.P. Bharma, Dr. Vidya Iyer, and Dr. Mamta Mahapatra. She could not join physically because there is some pandemic, the COVID case at her home. So she is connected here through online. Respected Colonel Lamba, it's really a pleasure to see you over here. National Council member, my dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, let me express my sincere thanks to Dr. Nataraj Ray, the National President, for giving me this opportunity to chair this Committee on Innovative Training Practices Award. And I am standing over here on behalf of the committee. And I don't want to speak about the members of the committee. I mean, it's a very decorative committee comprising of all directorates of the PSUs, private sectors. But yes, this is second in series of the National Council term. We did it for 1920 and now we are doing for 2021. 1920, you got a very good response and you could do it extremely well. So it was considered prudent by the committee to go for publication of coffee table book to capture these special moments and also to capture the best practices showcased by the participating organizations. And I'm sure this coffee table book in its present form would be a good document for the PSUs and the large private sector organizations as a book for reference. I have nothing much to add about the functioning of the ISTD because Dr. Nataraj Ray has spoken a lot. Yes, it is probably the one institution in L&D space doing extremely well. In the recent past, we have also conducted the international conference, IPTIDO by name, and it was a huge success. In fact, participated by many delegates across the world. These awards started at a time, that is 1990-91, when the economic reform started in this country. And therefore, in a business environment which was cost plus kind of structure, suddenly had undergone a change. And in that fierce competition, people started believing and started adopting the innovative practices, be it the training or HR based practices. And today, it has become more relevant. And all of us know in the last few years, we have passed through. And that has probably triggered a good push to not only technology, but the way we work. In fact, it has impacted, if I am permitted to say, very positively in all three dimensions of the corporate structure, be it at work, be it at workplace, be it the different forms of employment in the workforce. And in such scenario, organizations were left with no option but to identify how to retain the talent, how to make them relevant with a change in the business environment, because business has become very, very volatile. And there is a huge uncertainty. And therefore, it was important for the HR or for the L&D department to identify innovative training so as to provide proper skill sets available in the company at the right place at the right point of time. And I'm very happy that the organizations are coming forward. They are trying to showcase the best practices and how that has helped the organization to improve upon their bottom line and the top line. Coffee table book, we have published, but one thing I must say and I must claim also, that as of now, whatever the activities carried out by this committee, they have not taken any financial support from ISTD. Whatever we could do it, generating the resource with the support of the corporates. I am also thankful to Dr. Joshi because he is one person always committed to good work and had been extending tremendous support in making such events successful with his team. Few names should be mentioned, be it Madam Hemlata, Madam Lakshmi, Madam Manta, and Gurvinder. There are many other people. They have given full support to this event. Mr. Dhamija is also here. Mr. Dhamija, in fact, worked very hard during the ISTD conference. I was privileged to be a member of the sponsorship committee, and there was no dearth of fund for the conference to conclude. And I'm sure there'll be huge surplus. And that would be a problem for the ISTD, how to take it forward. Because there are many practices what ISTD follows, which I am not very comfortable to talk about. Probably the new committee which is coming up, they should review this and do the things in right perspective. Thank you, Ajay. I'm sorry I have taken a little more time, more than the allotted time of 5 minutes, I believe, I was given to me. I'll urge upon each participant, please participate with heart and soul. Make sure that you are representing and the flag bearer of your, torch bearer of your organization, which should be recognized by the jury members. Even if you don't succeed, participation will definitely help you to learn a lot once you come to know the best practices being followed by the other organizations. With these words, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mitra. As I had mentioned earlier about the credibility of this award, it's only because of the rigorous system and process that we have been following for the last 30 years. And also it's because of the eminent jury that ISTD chooses, who are impartial and who are doyens in their own fields. Regarding the process, I would now request Dr. Joshi to take you through how the award actually is given away and what kind of process we follow. Dr. Joshi.
Thank you, Ajay. Good morning. In fact, we are trying to wake you up because now time is ready. We are already late by almost 43 minutes. And I don't have, I will only focus on the methodology and how we are going to participate in this program today. So I'll straightway come to the points. I hope you have got the guidelines. And you are also aware that there are two verticals. One is the services and the other is manufacturing, BFSI, and banking and financial institution, and ITES. I'll just read out the names so that you are aware that which category you are in. So first, services. So the participants are IOCL, NTPC. In fact, there are two teams, NTPC. One is NTPC, RLI Sholapur. Sir, apna haath bhi la dijiye, sir. At least the people who are present in this auditorium, they know who all are the competitors, right? Power Grid Corporation Limited. Power Grid there? Or they are yet to join? OPTCL is Orissa Power Transmission Corporation. पहुंचे नहीं है अभी. Hema, just check up with them where the team is, or is any of the team joining online? Because we have made the provision for teams. Some of the teams are not able to be present physically here. So we have made arrangement for their participation online. EIL, Engineers India Limited. EIL team, they have requested me that they will be joining a bit late. So there are some arrangements also in this sequence that we have to make. TVS, we will have to check. Rishabh Software, some of the omissions are there. We will have to check up. LIC, I met them today morning. LIC, yeah. Union Bank team. NTPC PMI, McKinsey, they have confirmed yesterday. They will be joining now. The another category is the manufacturing. Hero MotoCorp, yeah. ONGC, Sirma SGS, Hindustan Aeronautics, NHPC. Okay. Good morning. Vizag Steel. Okay. Western Coalfields Limited. Right. GAIL India. L&T. There are some absences we will have to check, and how many of them our backup team will inquire. And I'll tell you, I again welcome eminent jury members who will be evaluating you. Dr. R.K. Dubey, who is the former CMD, Canara Bank. Even though he retired, superannuated in the year 2014, but actively associated with a lot of bodies. Please give him a big hand. Welcome you, sir. Dr. S.P. Verma. He was the former ED ISTD and has worked in various institutions and continue to support us. Thank you, sir. Dr. Vidya Iyer. She is the director.
Soil.
Dr. Soil.
Dr. Vidya, she
School
is
of
here.
Inspired Leadership.
I just make a mention.
Yeah.
About it. She has got a connection with the GAIL India Limited, and therefore she will recuse herself when the presentation of GAIL India will take place.
Okay. Thank you. There is one jury member, Mamta Mahapatra. She was affected with COVID. She preferred to join online, and she's a professor in IMI. So I welcome all the jury members. Now, for the presentation part, as you are all aware that 10 minutes presentation is there, and we have already given a format that there will be 10 slides, not more than that. 2 minutes for question and answers, and the question and answers will be by the jury members only. And so far as this evaluation is concerned, the first part is introduction of the organization. In this, we will cover usage of innovative tools in the training like gaming, mobile learning, whiteboard, animation, or whatever tools you are using. We would like to see that how the organization is using these tools in the training programs. 25 marks are allotted for this. Training ecosystem. It is very important that whatever training practices or initiatives we are taking, whether they are being absorbed, utilized by the organization, how it is being utilized, and what kind of an ecosystem is there. We will be focusing on the link between training and how it has led to performance improvement. This again contains of 25 marks. The third indicator is innovative training practices during 2021. So this is the pandemic period, and I'm sure that you have a lot to share. This will be including like training policy and calendar, training budget, and all those variables. The fourth is this has 20 marks. Then ROI and impact analysis. Time is spent by the CMD, CEO, or the directors in drafting, driving, and reviewing training policies and initiatives. The involvement of the senior management in the designing the training. And the conclusion is ability to handle questions during presentation round. So that's all for this thing. And I wish all the best to you. Let me introduce my timekeepers, Meenakshi and Subhashri, who will be strictly monitoring the time, and please take care of them. And let me tell you that there is a clock ticking there. You can see it is now 10:20. So you will have a measure of the presentation. All the very best to you. May the best team win. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Before we start the presentation, I would formally introduce our jury members. In fact, as I had mentioned earlier, the credibility of the award depends on the credibility of the jury members. So we have an eminent panel of jury members with us today. First of all, ladies first, Dr. Vidya Iyer. She is the director of School of Inspired Leadership. Her field of work, expertise is in employability, organization design, and women and entrepreneurship. She has been a consultant and in academia for over the last 12 years. Dr. Iyer, please. Please, let's hear it for Dr. Iyer. Next, we have Professor Rajiv Kishore Dubey. She's the former CMD of Canara Bank. She's a Master's of English Literature. She's having an LLB, MBA HR, and a postgraduate level course he has done in development banking from Victoria University, Manchester, UK. He started his career with Punjab National Bank as a management trainee way back in 1977. And he rose to be the general manager there. Then he moved on to become the executive director in Central Bank of India. And finally moving on to be the chairman and managing director of Canara Bank. Although he was in Canara Bank for less than 2 years, but his focus in retail banking, SME banking, and technological advancements put him right on top, so much so that he has been recognized by the Ivy Business School in the form of a case study. So Ivy Business School actually has created a case study in his name, and which is taught globally. And he also figures in a book which is written by late Padma awardee Professor Dr. Pritam Singh, The Leadership Journey from Darkness to Light, where Professor Dubey's leadership style has been captured and researched. And currently, Professor Dubey is associated as a mentor, advisor, director of several companies, and also he's on the board of governors of various academic institutions. Let's hear it for Professor Dubey. Thank you. Then we have on our eminent panel, Dr. S.P. Verma. He's a PhD, MBA, LLB with 39 years of very, very rich and varied experience. He is currently the principal consultant, trainer, and expert HR with NPC, Government of India. And his PhD is on relevance of Chanakya to modern management. In fact, he has recently written a book on the same topic. And he has another book to his credit, 30 Secrets of Happiness. Dr. Verma, let's hear it for Dr. Verma. Thank you. And our final jury member is Dr. Mamta Mahapatra. She's currently the Dean Executive Education and International Relations, Professor of OBHR at IMI New Delhi. She has over 2.5 decades of experience in teaching, research, training, and consulting. She actually started from the corporate as a manager in Greggs of Enfield in London, and then moved on to the academia. She has large number of publications, and she has written 4 books. She has presented papers, chaired sessions, and she has got Lokmat National Education Leadership Award as the best professor in human resources, best HR faculty award by NIPM, and ILDC ANP Women Excellence Award. Let's hear it for Dr. Mamta Mahapatra. And let's wish she gets well soon, Dr. Mahapatra. Thank you. Now, without standing between you and your presentations, I would straight away call upon the first participant team from HAL Management Academy. We have Dr. G. Srikanta Sharma and Dr. Bharti V, who would be representing HAL Management Academy. In fact, they were the winners. Okay, I don't want to, so they were the winners in 2019 and 20. And they were also the runner-up in 2003 and 4, HAL Management Academy. You have 10 minutes.
And all the best. I have some other meeting, so I'm leaving and coming back again. So all the best for all the participants. I don't.
Already है ना this one.
तो जूरी को ऊपर बैठ के अच्छा
Just give me a minute. मैम एक बार चेक करेंगे. सर ना
Respected members of the jury and my colleagues from the training fraternity. And more than 50 detachments at every base in the country where the Air Force operates, HAL is there. From Sulu to Leh, from Guwahati to Jodhpur, we are there. We have a manpower of around 26,000 employees, workmen and officers who have been trained on induction and mid-career in different training institutions of the organization. The LCA Tejas is emerging as the fully indigenous backbone of the Indian Defense Forces, while the ALH Dhruv is hauling essential supplies across the length and breadth of the country. We have achieved a record turnover of 23,000 plus crores in 2021, the pandemic year, with an annual CAGR of 12%. Our quarterly revenues and market capitalization has increased even amidst the pandemic. With this resilience as a forte, we are now gearing ourselves to transform ourselves to be prepared for the post-pandemic world. And for this strategic transformation, we believe we need to re-engineer not just the process and systems, but the human resources as well. The HAL Management Academy, with its unique position as the citadel of organization learning, has brought in a unique framework to bring in transformation and execution at all levels in the organization. As a prelude to this four-frame model, I'll be presenting the training ecosystem of the organization. The HAL Management Academy has a budget, training budget outlay of around 1,100 lakhs every year. We have more than 100 management development programs, and we train around 5,000 officers every year using unique pedagogies like theater, psychodrama, case study workshops, action learning projects, etc. We have chairs in all leading IIMs, IIM A, B, C, I, L. We have chairs at all the IITs to carry out our research projects as well as National Law School of India. As the industry in general and the aerospace industry in particular is coming beyond the pandemic with a massive thrust towards indigenization, we have prepared a 4-phase strategy to put this into practice. I now hand over to Dr. Bharti, who will be discussing further.
So we have a structured system of capturing short-term and
I don't have
long-term training
time
requirements.
for
And
sharing.
training strategy is headed by the Governing Council of HMA, which is presided by Director HR, Senior Management Group. And also we have external experts from academic and industry experts. Currently, I am COICO Director and we have the CMTI Director as our external GC members. We follow like top-down and bottoms-up approach in our calendar interventions. So we prepare a lot of relevant programs, and those programs are linked to career growth, competency enhancement, and developing mindsets. During pandemic situation, HL continued to be a kind of regular operations. We carried out regular operations, but HMA, we felt that there is a priority to bring virtual environment as well as the augment virtual environment and e-learning portals to strengthen organizational capabilities and bring more resilience and to connect with more people. This really helped us to this effort made us to introduce virtual platform, and we established studio for this purpose. And the studio we were able to record video sessions, and this ecosystem helped us to conduct more than 450 programs across the organization, training more than 8,000 officers and 21,000 training mandates. And our own e-learning, customized e-learning modules were ported in HMA Next portal. So we have our own HMA Next e-learning portal. So we have published all our programs over there. And we gave a very personal touch to these programs by conducting live clarification session. So this really enhanced the learning experience of the organization. Now, moving forward, we realized, yes, it is very important in the changing business environment. We have to adopt a different framework. As sir said, we developed a 4-frame model to align processes, systems, and people. So this really helped us. As part of this strategy framework, we conducted Soch workshop, wherein senior people were involved, and they were facilitated to conduct brainstorming sessions by experts and HMA team. And this helped us to derive various strategic drivers for the organization. So now to take this forward, we identified key strategy associates and other members called Prabuddha Group. They were groomed to carry out research analysis under the guidance of experts, IIM professors, and HMA faculty. And they came out with 10 shortlisted diversification projects. So again, the elaborate presentations were made to the top management, and we wanted to connect to the business unit level. So with this focus, we conducted Sangatan workshop, where signifying organizational alignment, we involved key officers of the organization, made them to revisit core competencies, competency advantages, and we were able to establish strategic objectives and key performance indicators. We translated those key performance indicators into mini projects, and also they were guided to carry out those projects under the guidance of HMA faculty team. And middle level management, they play a very important role. Yes, strategic objectives are derived, but who is going to execute those objectives? Converting into action plan is very, very important. So we conducted capability enhancement work, and we used technique, business simulation. We also took and we made them to participate and express their unexpressed feelings. The objective was to enhance team connect, synergy. And this really helped us to connect from the top level. The highest denominator got connected to the lowest denominator of the organization. So all of us agree that, yes, Sangha Shaptak, like we conducted leadership initiative, where 30 Sangha Shaptaks were trained during that period to take this organization forward. So they are the people, they influence and they hold all of them together, understanding the current reality as well as the future reality. So this has given a lot of benefits to the organization.
Each of the initiatives of this integrated training approach had well-defined objectives, pedagogies, and return of investment, both tangible and intangible. The SOACH program provided us, this is the 8th minute, 10th. The various programs provided us the return on investments, some of which are tangible and some of which are not tangible. At the organizational level, the company has been able to achieve an increased revenue and profit year after year in spite of the pandemic. And our market capitalization today stands at around 59,000 crores. We are now poised to leverage the post-pandemic opportunities through a structured strategy of capacity development efforts of HAL Management Academy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Could you tell the innovative tool like gaming that you produced and any other special thing that is non-traditional?
So one of the tools that we introduced very effectively is psychodrama. We gave each of the participants, we took some roles from the scriptures, and we asked them to enact a conflict situation, basically for conflict handling. For example, one of the critical things we used was Draupadi as a character, Sita as a character, in which the male person is made to play the character of Draupadi, and she is in a conflict situation. How will you resolve the conflict in a win-win? How do you convert a win-lose to a win-win situation? So psychodrama we used in a big fashion. We have our own outdoor learning capabilities and facilities within our academy, and we use it to great impact.
One thing I will get to know, you are in SOACH 2030. It continued in 2021 also or only 2020?
So SOACH 2020 focused on what were the strategic imperatives that we have evolved during the workshop. Now we are going to SOACH 2, the revised strategy post-pandemic. And the Saksham will derive the outputs from that. The SOACH 2 is happening in August, and the Saksham will start from October, November.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Overarching philosophy for the training in office, or is it a particular initiative that was framed for a certain specific set of objectives?
We realized that we need to have a strategic shift in the organization sometime during 2019-20. And so when the corporate organization told that we need to do a strategic review and gear the organization towards that, the HAL Management Academy is the link between the HR and the operations. And so we were given the responsibility of not just coordinating the re-strategizing activity, but also ensuring that the human resources down in the organization are empowered and have the capacity enhancement to do that. So
Teams, can you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah. So it was an initiative which started in 2019-20 with a 2 years framework. Once we look into the outcomes of this, it is possible that every 3 years or every 4 years, we have this initiative again and again, whenever we are re-strategizing. So, Madam, re-strategizing happens at the corporate level, and as a HAL Management Academy, we facilitate both the re-strategizing process through the brainstorming workshop, as well as diffusing it down the line, developing the key performance indices at the department level, and training the workforce for that.
But it doesn't come out actually. What you said, it doesn't come out because there is a topic now with ROI, time spent by CMD, MD, CEO in drafting, driving, reviewing, taking policies and issues. We can't decipher out of the presentation and delivery.
Right, sir.
The area was not very clear to me.
The SOACH workshop was carried out over 3 days with the CMD, the 4 directors, and the key strategy associates at HAL Management Academy, coordinated and driven by HMA faculty.
Sir, add on to research. You wanted to say, yeah, yes, like now the TNA partner, we board members are involved as part of GC, and in flow from SBUs, individuals, and organizational strategic documents. Those things are deliberated at governing council, and they give us the directions. strategic directions are given for us so that gets translated into L&D interventions. So that is the reason I told it is like top-down approach and bottoms-up approach.
I heard that. I think I have one suggestion. I'm sure you would like to contemplate. I think you need to re-specify the objective of this entire initiative in more crisper manner so that you know what you intend versus what is achieved are both in sync.
Ecosystem, it should have come maybe as a one line or two liner.
Yes.
If it doesn't appear on its own, we need to inquire, then you need to clarify, then
Got
it comes.
Well, the pedagogy
I agree.
is, definitely applaudable. Just that, connect the top and the bottom, I think would be much more clearer for us to understand.
Thank you.
Thank you
Sure.
for spending time on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team HAL. Next up are Indian Oil. Indian Oil are like Mumbai Indians of this award. They have won this particular award once in 2016-17, and they have been runner-up 4 times. And last year, they got the commendation certificate. IOC is represented by Mr. Shashi Kumar and Ms. Naveli Singh. Those handling the alarm, 10-minute alarm, please give them first alarm at 8 minutes, right? So 2 minutes after that, the second alarm.
Solving, sir. No, done. Presentation
Customize in your own laptop if you have, so that it can start immediately.
Respected jury, ISTD team, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all. I am Shashi Kumar and my colleague Naveli Singh are present here to walk you through the Innovative Training Practices 2020-21 of Indian Oil Corporation. IOCL is the #1 Fortune 500 company of India with over 55 billion US dollars turnover, and Indian Oil ranks 161 in the world. No doubt, Indian Oil is scaling new heights and creating milestones in the energy domain through its most valuable assets, the Indian Oil people. As rightly quoted by Jim Collins in his book, Good to Great, great vision without great people is irrelevant. Indian Oil, the behemoth in the oil and gas industry, has created and nurtured visionaries, innovators, pace setters, and impeccable leaders through its well-structured, custom-designed, and innovative talent strategy, which ensures no looking back till good becomes better and better becomes the best. Our learning and development interventions are extremely innovative, which pivots the focus on the higher order thinking levels, which is exactly the underlying principles of the world-renowned Bloom's taxonomy in the cognitive domain, which scales the order, beginning from remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and finally the higher order, the creating. The celebrated world's best learning strategist, Dr. Paul Shields, said, humans with the capabilities of higher order thinking can overcome limiting behaviors and fears. In Indian Oil, the higher order thinking has been inculcated through the right mix of initiatives personalized for our executives. We believe it is not only important to identify, design, and develop the right learning interventions, but to offer the same in the right blend to the learners is extremely, extremely important. The common thread which connects all the L&D interventions under the talent vision and strategy is Indian Oil's competency development framework, listing 8 leadership competencies and technical competency framework. These competencies are constantly rekindled and strengthened with our executives through our innovative training practices. As rightly put by C.K. Prahalad and Gary Hamel in the twin genius of Harvard, who said that every core competency is likely to be a critical success factor, and Indian Oil believes in it. So we, Indian Oil, operate with a business outlay of close to 97 crores, training 33,000 employees, a shift of 16,000 executives and 17,000 staff. And we have close to programs of leadership development, 100+ programs, and the competency functional development programs close to 1,000+ conducted by all our divisions. Now, Navili Singh will walk you through the specifics of our innovative training practices.
Year 2020 was a landmark year for Indian Oil because that is the year that we formulated our Indian Oil talent vision and strategy. We embarked on our journey to align our people and talent capability with our promise to deliver energy to the nation. And on this journey, we were supported by our Dare to framework, which stands for dexterity, adaptability, resilience, and continuous engagement along with empathy. So all our training and development inputs are now aligned to our talent vision strategy, and the innovation lies in providing our employees with the right mix of these innovative training practices at the right time of their career transition. Starting with Swadhyay, our homegrown e-learning platform based on our technical competency framework. It was formulated in 2019, but with a focus on dexterity and engagement and incorporating the technical competency among the employees, we adopted a slew of innovative measures in the year 2020, which was the year of the pandemic. These initiatives included aligning our modules that were generated by subject matter experts in the organization with massive open online courses, providing them with modules of higher interactivity, which included AR, VR, interactive PDFs, along with modules that were of higher proficiency level that were advanced and expert levels, adopting initiatives such as quizzes, divisional championships, bi-monthly newsletters for better adoption. Along with these functional inputs, we saw 8 lakh course completions by the end of March 2021 for 1051 courses which were developed. We were also able to start on our journey for technical competency assessment through multi-level certification schemes for our junior management employees. Around 350 employees were got certification at various levels. Along with these functional technical inputs, we also onboarded the Harvard Manage Mentor, which is one of the best online self-paced platforms for providing leadership or the behavioral inputs in Indian Oil. The 42 modules that have been onboarded, they have been aligned to our leadership competency framework, which has 8 competencies, and it provides inputs to our employees across 3 categories of leading yourself, leading enterprise, and leading business. Within 2 months of its introduction in the corporation, we saw an adoption rate of 55.6% and an NPS score of 76, generating 16,000 learning hours. Now, once these inputs have been provided, the leadership competencies at Indian Oil are tested through scientifically designed instruments in a setup called leadership assessment. The LC scores that are then generated are again used to identify and analyze the development needs of our employees. These development needs are in turn met with some specialized and customized training and development inputs that are generated in collaboration with one of the finest management institutes in the country, such as IIMs and XLRIs. So although we had been provided some of these inputs across a few competencies to some grades in the organization, in 2020, we revamped the whole model. We increased the coverage from middle management to the topmost management, that is the GH level, and we made it a continuous learning process. The improvements were, the sample improvements across 3 institutes are displayed for your viewership. Now, in an organization like Indian Oil, we realized that the way of doing things is as important as getting things done. So for employees who on an average are spending 25 to 30 years in the organization, capturing their tacit knowledge was very critical. That is how we started on our mentoring journey. And our initial approach towards it was starting mentoring program for the newly joined officers under the program called Guru Mitra. So in the initial 1-year stay of the newly joined officers at Indian Oil, they would be assigned mentors who in turn would onboard them, give them career development advice, provide them role clarity, in all make their stay easy at the organization. Like with every program, we did the impact analysis and we observed that we were progressing forward in our organizational objectives, such as improved alignment scores of the newly joined officers, improved total engagement scores of the officers, and a better onboarding experience. So we then felt that why should we limit the mentoring experience to just 4% of our population? Mentoring as an opportunity should be available to all the employees at different career transition stages. That is when we came up with the Abhigyan module, which consists of mentoring not just for the newly joined officers, but mentoring across grades and reverse mentoring provided in customized forms such as skill mentoring, career mentoring, mentors of the moment. So now all the employees in the organization, irrespective of their grade, their division, their location, age, you name anything, they have the freedom to choose mentors of their choice across the organization, choose the pace of mentoring, set the terms of interaction of the mentoring. They have been provided with a platform to share knowledge resources, which could consist of documents, links, or some Swadhyay modules. The mentors can do pre and post competency tests. These competency scores are recorded in the portal. And all this mentoring process, through this process, the controlling officer or the manager of the mentee is kept abreast of the development of the mentee. After setting this collective intelligence architecture through mentoring, we realized that for infallible leadership pipeline development at Indian Oil, which sets the future and change-ready leadership at Indian Oil, we need some outside-in perspective. That is when we came up with Project Sarthi, which is one-on-one executive coaching. Now, the unique part in this coaching initiative is that we have onboarded the executive coaches from outside because we wanted that outside-in perspective for leadership development. These coaches who are competent and neutral, they are onboarded and shared with the performance expectations from our side, which consist of the performance areas and elements of focus. So while they are meeting the development needs of the coaches, they also have the organizational objectives at the back of their mind. Although the coaching process is between the coach and the coachee, there is a monitoring process that happens through the LMS of coaching by Indian Oil's side. It's generally a 6-month long process with 2 meetings happening at every month. and feedback is shared at the end of every month. We've seen a gradual progress in the elements of focus and the performance areas that we have set, and also a gradual increase in the promotion rates. So to conclude, with alignment to the talent vision strategy, all the 5 initiatives that we've mentioned today, Swadhyay for the functional inputs, Harvard Managed Mentor for the behavioral inputs, assessment related development inputs through Saksham, and capturing the tacit knowledge through mentoring and providing the outside in perspective through coaching, we have been providing the right mix of development and training inputs to our employees at the right stage of their career transition. Thank you very much.
How well the schemes were received by the union people?
Please, pardon, sir?
How well the schemes were received by union people, trade unions?
So for instance, if I talk about Swadhyay, the e-learning platform, sir, so we have around 85% participation from the non-executives as well. 100% participation from the executives, all have registered and then they've done courses. And on the non-executive parts, it's around 85%. Similarly, sir, for the mentoring part, the second part, Abhigyan, which we have introduced now, we've opened it for executives and non-executives both. So now we are seeing increase in registrations as mentors and as mentees who are choosing mentors. The Guru Mitra part was limited to officers only.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sashi Kumar and Naveli. Next up are another company from the oil and gas sector, GAIL. GAIL, are you there? Okay. So GAIL are not strangers to this award. They have been runner-up in 2012-13 and they were second runner-up in 2009 and 10. So up next is GAIL.
Yeah. Mouse थोड़ा सा आ गया था उसमें अच्छा शेयरिंग में ज़ूम मीटिंग ऐसे A very good morning to all of you, honorable jury members and esteemed delegates of this program. I'm Dr. Ashish Srivastava, GM GAIL, and I'll be presenting the innovative training practices being done at GAIL. So GAIL India Limited, as you know, it is energizing possibilities with its vision and mission of being the leader in natural gas value chain. And our mission is to enhance quality of life to clean energy and beyond. With decades of growth, as you can see from we started in 1984, the formation of GAIL, and subsequently after the Hazira Vijaypur Jagdishpur pipeline, we entered into various businesses of entry into LPG, in city gas distribution, in petrochemicals. We became Navratna in 1997, and then we started diversifying in the business area of LNG import, then
Subsequent to the first spot of LNG was taken at Dahej, and subsequent to that, Assam gas cracker was incorporated and Pata expansion took place. After that, during 2018-11, lot many diversification projects were there in terms of the pipeline, and then we became Maharatna in 2013, and subsequent to that, we diversified into various LNG businesses which were international, including US, Russia, and many other places. And after that, we got commissioned the Dabhol Bangalore pipeline, and Dabhol LNG was commissioned. So as to get the LNG cargoes from various other places to regasify that and enter into the pipeline streams. As you can see, the overview of human capital and financial performance with 4,713 employees, of which 3,810 are executives and 903 are non-executives, with whom almost 80% of them are professional, average is 43. We have done a remarkable job in terms of the financial performance, as you can see from the figures of PAT, profit after tax. As you can see, I have included this year PAT also, which is 10,364 crore rupees. So the outline of the training program will be focusing on annual training programs, initiatives in L&D, industry academia collaboration, and skill developmental activities. So expanding the wings of initiatives being taken in learning and development, we have done nurturing of young talent, development of leadership pipeline, and overall knowledge management. As you can see, we conduct annually around 200 number of training programs based on about 157 topics, which relates to the functional and cross-functional areas, technical managerial experience, and behavioral based competencies. So these are some of the organizations with whom we collaborate so as to get the programs conducted. And besides this, as you can see from the third domain, that we have got subject matter experts, around 60 number of subject matter experts are there who are regularly taking sessions on various domains in terms of pipeline, petrochemicals, gas processing, LNG, CNG, city gas distribution, who are available as in-house faculty, and also for various external programs being conducted for the entire oil and gas fraternity. For nurturing of young talent, we have got various facets of that. One is a comprehensive orientation program, which includes behavioral, technical, and functional interventions. We have introduced long back these programs, some more than a decade's time, in terms of introducing National School of Drama, so as to develop these young professionals in various facets, including their personality development. And we have got a flagship program called as Sarthi, which was introduced long back in 2010-11, when the first, as the first session, when we started the mentoring, and for the mentoring program for hand-holding of these new joining executive trainees. At the very initial stage, also we developed the individual development plan for additional functional interventions which are required. So these are the glimpse of these guys performing after the program of National School Drama is finished. So various facets they get covered, and that is how they are performing like this, all being professionals. The Sarthi program we started in 2011, and now we have extended this to all the lateral entrants also. We conduct a 6 months long program, which is pairing of mentor and mentee, and planning and formal closure till formal closure, which takes a duration of 6 months, but ultimately leading to a lifelong relationship between mentor and mentee. For the leadership development pipeline, for the leadership development center, we conduct SMDC for the chief manager level executives on various competencies. Some 7 competencies are there which are suiting to the requirement of middle management cadre. We get a formal feedback based on the SMDC exercise being conducted in terms of the psychometric test and all that. So based on that feedback, they are then given, they are assigned to one of the IAMs, wherein they go and learn various facets of general management on soft skills. And after they come back, they make a presentation before the management about the things they have learned and what are the implication, or what is the application part of that in terms of doing their current assignment or the job over there. This is also supplemented with Harvard Managed Mentor e-learning program, and also supported with few of the books which relate to that particular domain. Besides the customized leadership workshop, we conduct masterclass for directors for the board's legal environment, maximizing effectiveness and accountability. And we regularly do this for the level of general managers, CGMs, and EDs, so as to make them board ready for the future of the country. Not only for GAIL, they come to the expectation of various other organizations while serving to the board. For capturing tacit knowledge, what the senior executives, those who superannuate every year, it's a customary that we capture their tacit knowledge. As you know, that tacit knowledge comes from the practical experience and is learned without the help of others. So whatever is known to that person only. So that is how we pair each senior executive with a junior executive, and he narrates a kind of a story. And based on that story, recently we have done during 2021, we have published a book called Brihaspati, and previously we published a book which was titled as Anubhav. So regularly we are doing this also, so as to capture the knowledge of various facets, including the tacit knowledge. We normally conduct annual knowledge sharing seminar at GAIL Training Institute, which is very enthusiastic, wherein we get very enthusiastic participation across all the business verticals of GAIL. And primarily we conduct this in 5 categories, which is the business verticals of GAIL, which is pipeline and CGD, the primary business. After that, the gas processing like LPG plants, then petrochemicals, then corporate functions. And recently we have started with renewables, so as to get diversified in various upcoming business areas, which are replacing the fossil fuel business. So every year we get more than 100 number of papers over there, and we shortlist from there. And around 20 number of papers which are shortlisted are being presented every year, so as to disseminate the knowledge what they have got to the public at large, to the to the GAIL executives, and to the across oil and gas fraternity. So these are some of the areas. One most important thing which I wanted to mention is the industry academia collaboration, wherein so as to bridge the gap between what is being taught at engineering colleges and what is required at the university, so as to fill the gap and make the professionals ready. We have introduced natural gas engineering as an elective subject at Shivnadar University and IIP Visakhapatnam, which we want to subsequently give it to all the engineering colleges across the AICTE approved universities. A supervised learning program we have introduced through IIT Bombay, and wherein the students are like getting helped also, and in terms of that helping to the industry also, so as to come up with the industry defined problems, providing a solution to them. So thank you so much. We are also doing skill developmental activities for the workforce of India's workforce, so as to make them industry ready. So these were some of the programs which we have conducted over a period of time, so as to make the industry full with full width of competent people, so as to serve the nation at large. Thank you so much.
Yes, Mr. Ashish, 3 questions.
Sir.
Very brief. One, did you know that you have to confine presentation in 10 slides? Did you know that?
Yes, sir.
Is it in 10 slides?
No, it is more than 10.
It is more than 30 slides.
Yeah.
They say brevity is the soul of wit. So much verbose you have told that you have perhaps forgotten the purpose of this, this program. What are the innovative training practices you have to done? That was the main focus of this program. And second is innovative training practices done or adopted during 2021. This is the focus.
Yeah.
This is the guideline given to you perhaps and given to us. Now, we will have to perhaps go deep to find where they are written. So please, to you and others, be focused on what is the objective of the program. If you deviate, you will not get credit for that deviation. I hope you appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This is advice to all others also.
Thank you, sir.
To review their presentation. If it exceeds 10 slides, we may not notice.
Thank you, sir.
You have to confine all your thoughts in 10 slides. It is very clearly written. Number 1 slide has to be on introduction of the organization. Number 2 and 3, training ecosystem. 4 and 7, innovative training practices during 2021, including need analysis. 8 and 9, ROI and impact analysis, and 10 is control. Anything beyond this is out of course, which you may know, we don't understand. I hope my fellow jury members appreciate this point. Thank you very much. Good luck to you all. Next.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish Srivastav. Up next are LIC India, represented by Srimati Pramila Shekhar and Mr. D. Sanyal.
Full screen. Good morning, jury members and others. I am Pramila Sekhar, and with me is Mr. Debojit Sanyal. A brief profile of LIC. I think LIC doesn't require any introduction. Most of you must be having our policyholders, and some of you may be now our shareholders as well. We are the second best valuable brand in India and third strongest global insurer brand. We are there to secure India, Jindagi ke saath bhi aur Jindagi ke baad bhi. The beginning of this century, actually, insurance industry was privatized in India, and LIC's monopoly for last more than 40 years was being challenged by introduction of many private players and our competitors. But I feel very proud to tell here that even after more than 2 decades of competition in the industry, we are able to retain our market leadership position, and that also with a great margin. Currently, our market share in terms of number of policies is more than 74%, and our annual composite first premium income, we are more than 63% shareholder market share we are having, and our second best insurer is able to reach 2-digit figures. And the beginning of this decade, now we started the privatization of LIC itself, but within a very short span of time, we could process and complete the complex IPO process. But the challenging time is now lying ahead. We need to transform again in terms of our business strategies, in terms of our operations, our mindsets, to take care of these expectations from the additional set of shareholders and also additional regulator. But I am very confident that we will also be able to sail through this LIC 3.0 very successfully. This is because we have a very strong foundation. Our basics and strategies, we are very clear, and our workforce is very competent and efficient in handling any kind of job and taking any kind of challenges. And all this is because LIC emphasizes a lot on training its workforce and upskilling its workforce continuously. We are a very big organization present across the country and having more than 1 lakh employees and having more than 13 lakhs agents and other intermediaries. So training cannot be a centralized setup for LIC. We have a distributed setup. We have Managing Development Center at Mumbai. This is the Apex Training Center. This is the Apex Training Institute responsible for building and developing the LIC's middle and top management. And this setup, this MDC was actually built in 1969 in a it has a very big campus, 9 acres campus. It was the whole architecture was built by Charles Fourier. We have, we are ISO 2015 certified. We have a team of dedicated faculty members who are professionally trained and experienced. And we take help of our subject matter experts from central office departments also. And also we engage some outside training faculties to have outside insight. Then here I will be, we have a HRD department which take care of all the training policies and training of all the employees. But I will confine myself to this MDC, training at MDC. Coming to the innovation part, MDC took. Actually, year 2020, 2021 was a very difficult year when the whole world came to a standstill because of the pandemic. And LIC, life insurance was actually declared under as an essential service by MHA. So it was our responsibility, and it was expected of us to keep our offices open and running, but taking full care of the safety and security of our employees, of our agents and customers. But the challenge was we were not able to how to reach to the employees because everyone was so scared and everyone was under house arrest. So we quickly responded to this challenging situation, and we also explored and experimented with all the online methods of training. Like through VC, we already have VC setups, but to reach to maximum of the employees, we experimented with WebEx, Zoom, Google Meet, etc. And online training sessions started from April onwards, because we are always into physical sessions. So this was a new innovation for us. And to reach out to maximum employees in a very short span of time and making them prepare to come and join the offices, we had innovatively designed a very small capsule, 90-minute capsule, which was for actually objective was to create awareness among all our employees on how to deal with the safety and take care safety and security of self and families, and how to deal with these emotions and fear psychosis about COVID, and building their confidence so that they can come and join the offices. This in a very short period, we could reach out to maximum of the employees, and looking after this, encouraged with the success of such small module, we then designed many other small modules on subjects of COVID, as well as some other subjects of corporate goal strategies, etc., changing scenarios, how to reach to the market in the change scenario. Then from August onwards, we started our regular session also of 3 to 5 days training sessions, but that also through online method. And we incorporated all these new techniques of breakup room, online ice breaking, online feedback, etc., to make these online sessions also as effective as the physical sessions, because we were always used to of these physical sessions. Then there was a need that self-learning, actually the physical things where we were facing problem with physical things. So immediately we tried to take help of technology and design a online application. We call it as Subodhini portal. Through this model, instead of physical mode, we are now managing the training, fully training management is done through this session creation, allotment of rooms, intimation to our participants, everything is done through this module only. Then we came up with LIC Gyanpeeth, a self-learning portal, which where information about the full functioning of LIC is there, and for user experience, for employees, better experience. Actually, all the information is composed in 12 modules and 121 sub-modules. At the employees at their leisure time from home as well as from office can go through all these modules and upgrade their knowledge base. And to review and evaluate the knowledge base, there is we have kept a test paper also at the end of some modules where the employees can answer through MCQs and evaluate their knowledge base. And to encourage more and more employees to go through this knowledge base portal, we have introduced one certification system of certification also, issue certificates. And these certificates may be taken into consideration during the yearly appraisal of the employees as well. Even Subodhini module, the new portal also, we made it as self-learning portal for some certain soft skills. We have put many rich contents in forms of presentation, videos, tutorials, etc., and research papers. Next. Some innovative supporting activities. We have a very experienced and experts resource in MDC. So we decided to promote the culture of research and original thinking through MDC. And we taken these projects to popularize IT initiatives by way of training and collecting all the feedbacks and user experience, submitting some research papers. LIC is now going for a digital transformation as well. So some MDC has taken this project of re-engineering some of its processes. And since we were not able to conduct brainstorming sessions, so we came out with this innovative idea of paper writing competition, where subjects, after a lot of discussion and thoughts, subjects, 4 or 5 subjects are decided and circulated among employees, and we collect their ideas. And those ideas and opinions are then evaluated, and some actionable points are taken out and then implemented at central office. It is said that if we want to innovate new ideas, we have to see the history.
No, the suggestion is that if you have made too many slides, please focus on the relevant and skip others. Just run through. You are reading all the slides. You can't complete in 10 minutes. If you go in minimum 20-25 minutes, you don't have that much time. Yeah, any question by Guri?
What was the success rate of the UAD practices?
See, it's very difficult to isolate the impact of training on this success rate.
No, evaluation is very important, right?
How is only 10-point scale?
Let me just make it easy. How would you rate which of your initiatives you would want to continue and which you would want to drop because they were successful or not?
Actually, that is not our role. MDC's role is only to popularize the initiatives. Because pan-India people come to our training center. So by training them in these initiatives, creating awareness, and even we call some of the users, have their user experience, and some of us are IT.
But you would have a process of collecting feedback, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So which ones have been?
Like we have one online Ananda module for customer onboarding. We recently collected, we talked to many of the agents who have used, who are using it. Some of them use it for some period and then are not using. So we talked to them, collected the feedbacks, where all improvements are required, which are the pain points. All these things we collected and we shared it with the user departments. Then further action on them will be taken by them only.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pramila ji, and thank you, Mr. Sanyal. We will now break for tea, and tea is for 15 minutes. Now the clock shows 11:25. Since we are running behind schedule, I would request each and everyone to be back exactly at 11:20, 11:40, so that we can start immediately. 15 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, next up are NHPC after tea.
हाँ कॉपी कहाँ पे है तो छोड़ दो
अरे इतना है नहीं हमारे पास बोलने को थोड़ा मोड़ा काम किया है वही है
हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन कहाँ है क्या कैसे बस सर चल रहा है जीवन चल रहा है हम तो आ नहीं रहे थे वो आप ही को करना था बट हम तो आ नहीं रहे थे वो फिर अचानक जबरदस्ती हाँ कर लीजिए अभी किसका क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे
ये रहा सर आपका
लूज कर देते हैं माउस तो काम कर रहा है
ये प्रेजेंटेशन का वो
प्रेजेंटेशन खोल लीजिए, ये वाला है ना, ये जोन पे भी है, कोई बात नहीं।
Welcome back. Up next are NHPC, represented by Mr. Ashok Kumar, Executive Director, Dr. Prashant Atre. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, jury members and delegates from different organizations. I, Dr. Prashant Atre, Group General Manager, NHPC, along with my Executive Director, Mr. Ashok Kumar, take this opportunity to make this presentation to all of you. To begin with, I just give a brief introduction about my organization. NHPC is the largest hydropower central government utility in India. It was incorporated in 1975, and presently it's a mini Ratna company having authorized share capital of 15,000 crores. NHPC as on date is operating 24 power stations across different parts of the country, remotest parts, having 7,071 megawatt capacity. Presently, NHPC is working on 10 construction projects having 65 and 39 megawatt capacity. NHPC is poised for a big business expansion in coming years. By the year 2024, NHPC will be becoming a 13,000 megawatt company, and we have got target to become 51,000 megawatt company by 2047. NHPC is working neck to neck with the army in remotest area of the country. We are working in Uri sector. We are working in Kargil, in Leh. We are working in Tawang, Diwang. So wherever you can think of, all the remotest parts, we are doing it. And the greatest thing is that the hydropower that we are generating is providing stability to the grid. Because as more and more solar is being added, the grid is becoming unstable. Now, coming further to our training systems, NHPC has got a robust infrastructure for our conducting the training programs at corporate office, as well as our regional offices and projects and power stations. These facilities are well equipped with computer labs, audiovisual aids, whiteboards, overhead projectors. Plus, we are having library facility. We have got a very big library even at corporate office. Such libraries, all libraries also exist at our projects and power stations. There's the e-library facility as well. We have got accommodations at the sites. So mostly the training programs we are conducting them at our old locations, involving internal and external faculties and agencies as well. When we come to the methodologies, we see that a wide range of methodology we are adopting. It can be a technology-based learning, skill-based learning, group discussions, on-the-job training, laboratory learning, focus group, coaching, mentoring, which is very important, and this has played a big role in our recent times. Then through external speakers and so many others. Now, I would just like to mention few slides regarding our training need analysis, what we are doing it, and what innovation we have done in the organization. The strategies to align the training and development of employees with that of corporate goals and MOU signed with the administrative ministry is a dynamic process. And we are formalized after having repeated rounds of discussions with our HODs, HOPs, and discussions with our board of directors. I would like to mention here that our CMD is basically taking reviews of our training programs almost weekly basis. So we have got a big hand, which is basically supporting us, our training goals. Then there is a vertical integration in training identification feedback mechanism in place to have training need assessment aligned to the organization requirements. We are preparing leaders in the pipeline where high potential executives in the middle management are identified through an integrated process. And these executives are further exposed to a variety of leadership, competency, and skill building modules. Learning from experience is a very important part for us because we are working in remotest area, and the hydropower construction is a very difficult task which is not taught in any of the course textbooks in any engineering college. So most of our programs are also designed based upon the case studies and challenges faced in the construction industry. So we are mostly dependent on our internal faculty, and we are grooming those faculties to become. And last the 2020 and 21, after taking over by our new CMD, it has been a big focus has been given on that. So this is one of the biggest innovation that we have started. Plus, we have also taken a big exercise of assessment and development center, wherein we have conducted some exercise to identify the competency gaps amongst our employees. I will be just covering in next slide that part. Here we can see from the graphical presentation, the 3 levels we are addressing, and we have given more focus to this aspect from 2020 and 21. The topmost is the strategy building for our top management, where the programs on strategic management, corporate governance, and business initiatives have taken place. The second level is for action planning and belongs to our middle management, where leadership competency development programs we have focused, emerging technologies, functional skill sets. And the last one is the implementation part, which is being carried out by our bottommost level of officers who are given focused training on the technical skills, behavioral skills, and other things. And as we can see, there's a flow of training identification from top to bottom, and the feedback goes from bottom to top. So our management is fully involved in the training process that we are following up. The training and assessment and development exercise that we took, it helped us in identifying the following things that I'm just going through: recognizing the latent skills and competency levels in our existing workforce, identification of competency gap between assessed and required level of competency as per job role requirement, identification of high potential employees for management position, identification of training needs to fill competency gaps in respect of individual officers, creation of training events that support continuous experiential learning, training investment in employees for their optimum utilization for the long term. So this exercise, which has been done during that period, has helped us a lot to improve our skill sets of our employees, their behaviors, and that has given a big output. And this process is continuing. And here we would like to mention the special things, the main things that we have done during the COVID times, and it was a requirement also at that. First of all, we switched over in a faster way to the virtual mode of learning. And in those difficult times, we conducted various levels because we engaged our manpower, because physical work, whatever was being done, that was carried out in limited manner at the construction sites. At corporate office, we are trying to focus on the IT platform so that our work can start using that e-office, EIM, so many tools so that we can work ahead in faster manner. So these programs were conducted. Talent development was also done through online courses. Then cost sector collaboration with BHL was done. Now return on investment, I would like to mention that internal faculty was developed. We spent less on the external programs because only highly specialized topics were taken up. Our learning curve was increased because we focused on our learned people who got the training to give further training, and there was a wider participation. Now, overall impact we can see in the organization performance, which has improved. Our revenues and profit after tax have increased. Employee productivity has increased because with lesser number of employees, we are managing more projects. We are working on paperless office. After that change, then there has been a collaborative working, and moreover, with the mentoring and coaching from our top management, the files are not pending for more than 2 days, which is a very important part of our training program. And as we can see, if we talk of return on investment, with 50% reduction in the training expenditure, we have conducted more than 10% man-days training. So while concluding, the ADC exercise that we did, that helped us a lot in finding out the competency gaps, latest technology deployed, pandemic, we kept in touch with our people, kept their morale high. And overall, we can say that we spent less and did more trainings, which have improved our functional performance. That's all from my side. Thank you.
How the success rate of various innovative practices which you adopted during pandemic period were adopted?
Sir, I have just mentioned that our productivity has increased during that period, and it is the curve is going on. Reason being, our manpower is continuously reducing. The figure I gave, that right now, if you see that around 4,000 something employees are with NHPC right now.
So was that the result of the new schemes?
No, because we are not recruiting. With those manpower, using your IT training people on the IT platforms. So with lesser number of people, we are performing more tasks. This is one part. Number two, the constant coaching and mentoring by our top leadership in the organization, which is very important. Rather than attending the training programs, that is very important aspect that we have seen and we have experimented. That people who were not clearing the files in 5-6 days, everybody was so alert and they were working fast. Our projects also increased because many things were pending with our people. So they came into the construction phase. And this curve is learning. This thing is going on.
How frequently the schemes were reviewed by your CMD or MD?
Sir, weekly progress. They are asking, they are taking feedbacks. Whenever we did some exercise in April, we had a training with CBIP, and CMD himself saw each and every presentation of the feedback given by the scene, because that program was for senior management, 4-day program. He himself saw what everybody has learned, what is their feedback. And he was very especially, he told in the program, he came there, he said that I want a feedback presentation for you so that you are alert, you attend the program, because it happens most of the time that people sleep. So now that thing is continuing, and we have made it a part of our training practice.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashok and Dr. Prashant. Our next presenters are NTPC Power Management Institute, represented by Mr. Chandramouli and Ms. Kena Shri. This will be followed by ONGC, I believe, Odisha, there? ONGC, okay. All right. This is NTPC PMI.
NTPC PMI.
ये पुराना प्रेजेंटेशन है क्या इसमें? या पुराना प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है. एक मिनट. कैसे आ रहा है? It is not coming. उधर ओके है.
Do we have the permission to begin, sir? Yes.
Good morning, honorable members of the jury and friends from the L&D fraternity. This is team NTPC. Let me quickly run you through the profile of our organization and the training ecosystem. So we are the largest power generator company in India with 69,000 megawatt of installed capacity, 23% of which comes from 17% of installed capacity. And while quite a few highlights are pinned up on the board, I would take your attention to our budget for the year 2021, which is 60 crores, the manpower 19,000 plus employees. The training mandates that we covered was 218,000 plus, and number of programs that we did 1756, employees trained 14,000 plus. Now, apart from the basket of pedagogy that we use for our training method, we do take into consideration a lot of non-traditional tools. For instance, e-learning, for instance, experiential learning, wherein we make use of simulator, both offline, in-campus simulator, as well as remote simulators. We use virtual reality as one of the tools to help our engineers understand the topic. For our high potential employees and high performing employees program designs, we use a lot of simulation and gaming. Samvad is a mobile app of ours, which is sort of NTPC's Facebook, and we love to use it because it keeps the entire family connected. We also leverage our YouTube channel, PMI's own YouTube channel, so that we can reach out to not just the employees, but their families as well, including spouses, children, parents, especially for holistic wellness programs. And we have, of course, our own LMS system, which is called eGuru. Before we delve deeper into the details of in innovative training practices, let me give you an overview of our ecosystem. So the moment employee joins the corporation, we begin with the onboarding. The executive trainees who are hired every year in huge batches, they undergo 1 year of rigorous training, which comprises of technical, simulator, managerial training, and a lot of assessments in between. Apart from that, the lateral inductees who join the organization in various fields, technical field, public relations, CSR, HR, they also undergo from 2 to 4 weeks of training with a lot of pre and post tests. Now, as the career path of the employee progresses, we identify the high potential, high performing candidates, usually in the band of E6 and E7, and then we make them go through specific leadership interventions so that a future pipeline is ascertained and it is well taken care of. Harvard Management Mentor is something that we have given to most of our high potential employees, 6114 employees covered to date. A very flagship, important flagship program of ours is the Young Leadership Program. It is 2 weeks staggered program, which is out of the box training program that we have designed. So far, 800 plus executive covered. At the level of additional general managers, we send them to prominent B schools like IMs and ISB for 1 week lead program. Now, this is for high potential employees. How about the other employees? Irrespective of their merit, each and every employee of the company, executive of the company, goes through 3 planned intervention phases. One is at the level of manager, E5, which is called foundation. Then at the level of E7, it is called enhancing managerial competence. And then at the level of E8, which is advanced management program. Apart from that, obviously, we do look into a lot of holistic wellness programs, safety programs like iOS, NEBOSH, and BOE certifications, because that's critical to our operation, our business. Our training ecosystem is divided in 3 layers. The first is the institute that we represent, Power Management Institute. Then we have 7 RLIs, regional learning chapters. And then at unit level, we have EDCs. Now that we'll be talking about specific innovative practices, this is one program which is very, very dear to us. It's called Project Snehal, which we started in the year on 7th of May 2021, rather, in 2020. And it was in the middle of the pandemic. So we wanted to give not just the employees, but their spouses, as well as dependent family members, an assurance that we are there for them. And therefore, we introduced counseling system, employee assistance program for them through online counseling, video calls, chat, mobile applications. And so far, the utilization rate has been 11%, and we've been able to prevent 4 suicidal cases as well. And every life is very precious to us.
This is some of our other learning opportunities, mentoring, knowledge management portal, then job rotation, then various certification programs, etc. We also have professional circles and quality circles, and we have a competition which is NTPC Open Competition for Executive Talent, where our CMD also participates as a jury member in the final round. We have business simulation games for our executives. And now coming to the innovative practices, which we would particularly like to showcase for this presentation, for this competition. One, we would like to classify them into two categories. One is leveraging technology for learning, where I would like to talk about virtual reality, simulated training, and asynchronous learning on the GPI Learn platform, which we have. And the second category is arising from business needs, where we would like to showcase some of the targeted competency development programs, our job rotation facilitation training called Samarth, then training to address the future of work, AI, blockchain, etc., and micro learning initiatives. Talking about virtual reality, we felt the need was there because we wanted to have some kind of a training where we were able to expose people to the various equipments without actually involving the equipment, and there's no risk to the equipment in terms of damage, etc. So we started with virtual reality, and we have commissioned, in fact, we have developed 50 VR modules in 2021, 300 minutes content, and this training is now been imparted across PMI at the RLIs also, and some EDCs also, because we also conducted train the trainer programs after procuring the VR equipment. Then we had a very innovative initiative in 2020-21 we started, which we called targeted competency development programs, where we sent people through a competency potential value assessment exercise, and therein amongst the 10 pre-identified managerial competencies, we found out as to where people are lacking, which are the bottom 5 competencies, and then those people who came as needing development on those competencies, specific targeted programs were organized for them so as to cater to their specific requirements, which was very focused and very targeted. Then Samarth is another initiative which we took in 2020-21, wherein the organization felt that people who were being job rotated, they were finding it difficult to immediately start delivering on the new role, and therefore they needed some intervention to help them, handhold them, facilitate them, and therefore we developed 15 standardized job rotation modules. And these were initially in operation and maintenance areas, and people who were transferred to these maintenance areas, they were given these modules before they started work in these areas. And we covered around 674 executives through 13 such programs. Later on, seeing the success of these programs in 21-22, we have also prepared modules for CNM department, for commercial department, and renewable energy. Then about simulator training is something very essential to our system, because what we do is that all our operation executives and all new joinees, they are compulsorily sent for 2-week simulator training. The idea is that you get exposed to multiple emergency situations without engaging the equipment, and it saves time, it saves cost, and there's no risk of damage or any such risk, and person is able to practice multiple times. Then the GPI Learn platform, which is basically a platform of GP strategies, wherein we have the technical modules from GP strategies as well as our own modules and various location management instructions. What is unique about this initiative is that customized learning paths has been created for all O&M executives, numbering around 6,215, based on their location of posting, based on their department, and they are supposed to complete the mandatory modules and give assessment on that, and this is strictly monitored. We have certain other things like coaching initiative, which we do, micro learning initiative, and we also have addressed the future of work. Regarding impact assessment, we do the impact assessment on 3 levels. That is level 1, where we take the feedback on the content, on the facilities, on the faculty, on the usefulness of the program. Pre and post test assessments we do for assessing learning on the learning has happened or not. Then we take feedback from RO of 3 to 6 months after completion of the program, which is level 3 feedback, just to assess whether there's any change in behavior, whether there's any improvement after the program, and impact on business is done for very few programs. And top management support is there because the top management is involved in training need analysis, in the budget approval, in designing various enabling policies and systems, in designing the key initiatives, the content of the key initiatives, forging partnerships with various institutions, and putting in place enabling policies and systems, like, for instance, the career development policy, linking training to career growth, etc. The inputs for TNA, we have we take inputs from the PMS, we take inputs from the CPV assessment, we take inputs from assessment development center, which we conduct, and also from the corporate plan, discussions with the top leaders, the strategic objectives of the organization, the inputs from surveys, etc., and exit interviews. And this is one feedback I would like to show about 360-degree feedback, which we generally take 3 to 6 months after the program. So I don't know why it's not working over here. So that is all we had to say actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So I just have one question. Would you like to highlight any one specific initiative that you would call as innovative or high impact initiative? We've got a overview of all the best practices that you have.
Ma'am, one initiative which we would like to highlight is the VR initiative. But why? The problem is that VR is something which started in 2021. We are going on along with it. Now we have developed certain modules which are basically on safety, isolation, normalization of critical power plant equipments, where we also use this for teaching our executives and also for the operators in the at the sites. But this initiative is still, we feel, at a nascent stage. There's a lot to be done in this respect, but
So if you run one cycle of it, we have 2021-22. So you would have studied how it is going, right? So what's your first cut impression on the impact on it?
No, the impact is good because people have been appreciating it. Feedback is good, and secondly, what happens is that people are able to engage with the equipment without actually being in front of the equipment. Now with VR, a person can, sitting in PMI, a person can actually see the Dadri layout, Dadri plant layout, and actually engage with that equipment there. So that way the feedback is good, but it is still in a very nascent stage. So we need to develop more modules, and then we will try to do an impact assessment of the entire exercise. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chandramouli and Kenasri. Up next are ONGC, represented by Mr. Prashant Modgare, Mr. Saurabh Bahare. Yeah, you're up there. All right. And after ONGC, we would have Power Grid. So be ready. Thank you.
Respected jury members and all the participants, we are from ONGC. We are from ONGC. Actually, ONGC, because it is in a having diversified operations, we have 7 institutes that look after the different aspects of the training. And we are from IDT. It is an Institute of Drilling Technology, and it is, it's not moving. Okay, so our institute, actually, it is an integrated institute having R&D facilities and operation monitoring facilities and a well-established training division. So basically, the training division at IDT is divided into 2 arms. One is the Drilling Technology School, which conducts training program with the objective of developing technically competent and safety conscious manpower. And the other one is the Well Control School, which looks after the mandatory trainings on well control issues. All our well control training programs are accredited by international agencies like IWCF and IADC. And in drilling industry, the cost of failures is very high. So if there is an uncontrolled flow of hydrocarbons from beneath the earth, it may lead to catastrophic consequences, leading even to irreparable damage to environment, human power. So we train and retrain our manpower on well control issues, and it is the role of this well control school which looks after this training. So our infrastructure includes simulators. We have a full scale working rig installed at our campus. So, and we have well equipped classrooms. And we conduct around 16 programs divided into basic and advanced courses. This gives our customers options, to choose depending on the level of the participants, depending on the experience and their present assignment. We have a very innovative training program which is called as Door Step program. where instead of participants coming at our institute, we go to the customer's venue, where we sort of generate customized case studies, and then we focus on their specific issues. And this type of doorstep program is also very cost effective, because instead of so many, around 25 to 30 participants coming and at the institute, just 2-3 faculties go to the institute. This kind of saves a lot of traveling expenses and manpower days also. And we have well written training manuals and handbooks covering from all aspects of technical to safety. At IDT, we have a very well documented training process, and our training process is entirely customer focused. In fact, we prepare our annual training calendar based on the inputs from our customer only. Then we have a well appointed program coordinator who manages all aspects of the training. And for every program, we prepare a customer report, and then we share the customer report with the with our different customers, and based on which they give their feedback to us. And according to the feedback, we try to incorporate the changes in our training strategy to the extent possible. Now, coming to the innovative practices, especially in 2021, it was a period of digitalization. And the best thing is that we digitalized in all stages of conduction of training. We converted our all the sort of QHSE formats, whether it be pre-test, whether it be registration forms, post-test, feedback forms, everything we converted into digital mode, and for all the training modules. And it is so effective that even we have decided we will be continuing with this in the future to come. Because we are into technical training, and it is a sort of practical and not just theory. It was a challenge for us to train our employees on equipment maintenance, on operations, and to be able to provide realistic training which is operationally relevant and in line with the actual scenario. So for that purpose, we converted all the PowerPoint slides into interactive modules of software. Using these interactive modules, participants can open up any component to the great details, and he can very easily visualize the different operations. So the gap that would have been there in the online training was actually completely filled up, and it was, in fact, it was more enjoyable. And then to create learning environment, we introduced many methods. Like for every training course, we will divide all the teams. We will formulate all the teams. Then we'll have quiz rounds in between different sessions. And for all the online courses, last 2 sections we kept only for the quiz rounds, and there were different rounds to keep participants engaged. For example, in one round we will put up symptoms, and then based on the symptoms, participants have to identify the problems. And in the other round, we will give up some problem, and based on that, participants had to fill in the blanks, and different exercises were there. So this keeps the participant engaged all the time. And the best part was that the judges for that quizzes were the participants itself. So all the teams were involved that were attending the training courses. And in the pandemic time, we made all the efforts to collect the latest case studies, and these case studies were also converted into team games.
Yeah, so as Saurabh has narrated that what we have done, innovative practices that we have done online mode of training during the pandemic period. But what was the story behind that? Previously, as soon as IWCF and IADC, they started the well-controlled training in online mode examination. So we were the first one to get the accreditation for that in the year 2019 for the examination. But as the corona pandemic came, the instructions were clear from our chairman and top management that we can't stop the training process, because all these trainings are mandatory trainings and everyone has to attend these trainings. So everyone was coming to Dehradun for these trainings. But our instructions were clear from top management that we have to somehow conduct these training in virtual mode. And because of the compliance requirement, we were have to conduct this. So what we did is, like whatever facilities we were having, the softwares we developed, and we were the first one to get accredited for this IADC and IWCF virtual well control courses, along with different online courses which we are conducting. Now coming to return on investment part. So what was the impact? So impact of the well control training, just one training we are studying what was the impact. So you can see the 2021, 142 days were there, like loss due to well control incidents. And in 21-22, it is 98. So 44 days and 1 day you can assume is like 15 lakhs. So in all, what we save is 5 crores just because of less NPT due to well control incident. But 5 crore, you would be thinking that it is a small number, but 5 crore doesn't do the justification. If you see last year in Oil India, a blowout was there. And what was the cost to the environment? And total cost was around 25,000 crore. That too, there is an impact on safety of the manpower. So the main thing is not only the money which we saved, but the environmental impact and the hazard which the blowouts are having. So from continuously last 7 years, because of the well-controlled training, the incidents are not taking place and no blowouts have taken place in ONGC. Now, more emphasis was on safety. So that's why more near miss was reported and less accidents were taken place. And in all, how we saved the money in conclusion. So we have earned a revenue of 5.16 crore for this well-controlled trainings from other companies, like even our candidates from IOCL are there. So their drilling employees are coming to our school for training. Oil India employees are coming to our school for well-controlled trainings. And 31 lakhs is that revenue from outside participants. And because of this digital training, what has happened is we have saved around 9 to 10 crores of the traveling and the operational impact. Because of that, manpower has to come to Dehradun. So now what we will be doing is some of the trainings which we require the simulator and rig, we will be conducting in digital plus hybrid mode, you can say hybrid mode. And we are having virtual simulators for that. So thank you.
Go back to 10th slide, slide number 10. What does it convey?
So it conveys like that because of our emphasis on safety training, like our near miss incident reporting went up, return on investment. So basically near miss incidents are more reported, and every 100 near miss reported, 1 accident is reduced. It is the awareness is increased.
Would you want to attribute this reduction of incidents to the training alone, or is there any correlation that you established?
Ma'am, actually, we have purposefully incorporated this diagram. We are not mentioning about the accidents because accidents, reduction in accidents might be because of many reasons.
Please speak into the mic.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. But when it comes to near misses, one has to be very much aware. So training and awareness plays a very important role in reporting the near misses. Earlier, people were very fearful of reporting near misses. But when we explain them the advantages in reporting near misses through stories also, the number of near misses reported are continuously on an increase.
What tools were used to assess the success of your innovative practices?
Sir, the results are on the screen. Our main actually focus is on technical trainings. So our operational NPT is reducing, and our number of near misses reported is decreasing. And as you can see over here also, number of well-controlled incidents, because our main focus is in preventing the blowouts. So if the number of days lost because of kick are decreasing, it means we are creating a huge impact.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, NGC. Our next presenters are Power Grid Corporation of India, represented by Mr. Bipin Kishore Mundu and Mr. Har Prasad Pal. And that will be followed by Engineers India Limited.
आपका फिर शेयर नहीं हो पाएगा, स्क्रीन शेयर होगा ना जो लाइव बनेगा।
Hero MotoCorp, are you there? All right.
After EIL, you will be presenting. Okay. Before lunch, yeah.
Yeah, may we start? Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, respected jury members. I am B.K. Mundu, Chief General Manager, HRD. With me, Haraprasad Pal, GM HR, HRD, and we have two young executives, Pradeep and Pratibha. This is how our training department functions. We train our employees at every stage, every level. So let me just quickly go through the brief about the company. We are a Maharatna CPSEs, and in terms of among CPSEs, we are the third largest company after NTPC and BSNL. We transmit about 90,000 megawatts of power, and we have more than 85% of inter-region transmission transfer capacity, and our network availability is more than 99.7%. Then we'll move on to the next year. This is how we creating value to our business through L&D. I'm holding a sample of technology in my hand. You can see this is not a trophy, but this is a technology we have. This is a sample of OPGW cable which we use. Like we must have seen some of the ads of the Aditya Birla Group, and they say big in your life, and we say every bite in your life, because our OPGW, we have a OPGW network of more than 80,000 kilometers, and we are the only company in India having the pan-India presence with this OPGW network. Next, strengthening we are adopting our world-class technologies like OPW, and we may be aware that during one particular incident, that is light switch off event, happened on 5th April 2020. Anybody can remember when we had to, at 9 o'clock, we had to switch off the lights across India. And what was the impact? 26.6% of the power demand plunged in one go. And the impact of that 26% was 32,000 megawatt of power gone out of, say, the network. And we were because of our technology, we have, that is, we call it popularly call it a STATCOM, that is a static synchronous compensator. We managed to maintain the grid. This is the technology we use. Then we are also creating in-house capabilities, like we have already just completed one batch of trainees of 50 employees in Triple IT Bangalore. We are building our own capacity by training them in AI and ML through Triple IT Bangalore. And they are not only having trained, they are also given action learning projects, live projects related to our operation. Then next, we are we say ensuring availability of 99%, we have already said. And during COVID, like any other Corona warriors, our employees worked day and night. And you may have noticed during that period, there was not a single power cut in the country. That we maintain, our motivated workforce maintained that line availability across India. Then optimizing cost in TBCB projects. TBCB, one concept which has come very recently. Earlier, we had a concept of RTM, regulated tariff mechanism. Now we are getting the projects through TBCB, competitive-based bidding, and our success rate is almost 50% in the bidding processes, and the project completion, which was earlier in 36 months, it has gone up to 18 months. Even some of the project, it is 15 months. That has been done or possible only because of the training we impart or extend to the employees. Similarly, for grooming the successors. Recently, two batches of 40 employees each, they are undergoing advanced management training program at ISB Hyderabad. With again here, all these participants has to present a action learning project. related to the area of strategy, planning, and project management. Similarly, we have diversified our businesses to various consultancy projects. We have a footfall of in 23 countries across the world. Then we have a distribution management system. We have a RE, like our Prime Minister's vision of zero net carbon. So we are integrating over our renewable energy to our grid. And this is the first time in India, a new concept has come that we will be storing power in a magnitude of more than 100 megawatt in a battery. So battery storage system has come, the new technology. We are also training them. We have already trained our employees in a first phase in IIT Delhi. And that second phase, we are looking for a overseas partner for training. Then is data center. Like I said, we have more than 80,000 kilometers of optical fiber network across India. So we have already planned to set up a data center in our facility at Pal Manesar. Similarly, for expanding our capabilities program, the other utilities, we have so many state utilities to whom we are imparting training. Then we are imparting nearly 6,000 unemployed youth on transmission line and metering technology. Then we have already adopted 4 ITIs and another 4 are in the pipeline. We are giving nearly 12% of our workforce. We are taking 12% of workforce as apprentice every year. That comes to near about 1,000 apprentices every year. Then one very new initiative what we have taken for the contract laborers. Normally our contract laborers which work for us, work with us, they don't have any formal certificates. So we are imparting so far we have covered around 400 contract laborers, recognizing the recognition of prior learning through a Tata System company, and their certificates is valid for their employability elsewhere. So this is from my side. I'll hand over the next part of the presentation to my colleague Hara Prasad Pal.
Well, very good afternoon. In fact, in L&D space, we are one of the benchmark for digitization and digitalization. We have got 6 websites in-house designed. We have got an in-house IT team. We are not dependent on corporate IT. We have got an in-house IT team with 4 members, highly specialized members. So with that, we have the virtual classrooms, digital lab, AR/VR experience center, simulators, then 6 benchmark websites. Because of we are operating a different laptop, so I am not able to showcase all these things. In terms of innovation in L&D, Sir has already mentioned how to build capability in AI ML for the future. So in that space, along with Upgrad and IIT Bangalore, we have got a customized 15 months program. And other part of the program, we are building 12 AI ML applications. So these are the applications. So they are in the another 50 batch that is they have already undergone. So right now 100 AI ML experts we have created. In that also how to have more than 500 data scientists. So we are also one of the business part of that. During COVID period, so we engaged our SMEs and created more than 92 training modules, e-courses for our in-house LMS. Then one of the benchmark on the good practices that we can mention, learning reward points. So in terms of learning reward points, this web applications, offline and online application. So out of 6 options, so people can choose various sub-options also. They get a web learning reward. And this is an online application. So they allow to upload evidences, evidence-based applications. Then that is synchronized through SAP, PMS in SAP. So this is the benchmark application. Then I mentioned this is a benchmark application that is in a knowledge portal and e-learning portal. Then mentoring, we have got to facilitate mentoring. We have got in-house portal. So that shows the dashboards, that shows the how the people can join, how the people can access the good mentors and coaches. So to facilitate that one, that is a beautiful application. Then regarding competence-based TNA, we upgraded the system. Now this is the version 5.0, along with the proficiency level. So everything along with the professional circle, everything that is captured in the system. Then sorry. Well, so these are some of the applications that are really benchmark in the L&D space. We have got a Power Grid Academy leadership, not only providing training for our employees, but also for the internal customer, both inside and overseas also. So that is also a really benchmark. Then in terms of ALP, sir mentioned. Then program for the stakeholders, sir mentioned. And our L&D, we have got so many L&D awards. So that is a part of our Prathipal scheme. So these are some of the good practices from Power Grid. Thank you so much, sir.
Any impact on performance or any evaluation you have done on ROI that you have not submitted?
Yes, we have a feedback system for each and every training programs. Yes.
Yes, sir. So in terms of line availability, in terms of suppose construction of TPC towers, so earlier that cycle time that was 5 days. Now that has been reduced to 3 days. Then in terms of
Mr. Pal, please speak in the mic.
Project completion, sir mentioned earlier that was for more than 36 months. Now this is coming to 15 to 18 months. So that is at the broader organization space. Yes. Great, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bipin Kishore Mundu and Mr. Hariprasad Pal. Our next presenters are from Engineers India Limited. Neha Shukla, Tripti Sharma, and Ms. Anuva would be joining online.
प्रेजेंटेशन कहाँ है?
After Engineers India, we would have Rishabh Software Private Limited.
फोल्डर में होता है ना? Yes, sir. We're putting up the PPT. सेव मत कर, तू रन कर दो बस। रन कर दो। शेयर नहीं हो रहा। Put it on the presentation mode. Full screen mode. So shall we start? Yes, ma'am. As rightly said, great learning experiences make for a happier and more productive workforce. A very good afternoon to the respected members of the jury and my dear delegates. I'm Tripti Sharma, Manager Training, Engineers India Limited. This event, which brings together HR professionals from across the industry, definitely provides us with an opportunity to discuss the emerging trends in the area of training and development and further reflect upon the development perspectives. So today, I, along with my colleague Neha Shukla, would like to take this opportunity to share with you all the innovative training practices that we have adopted at EIL in order to ensure the success of our competitive workforce. Talking about the organization, Talking about the organization, Engineers India Limited is a globally competitive, world-class, Total Solutions engineering consultancy organization providing integrated services from concept to commissioning in the field of oil and gas and petrochemical industries. At EIL, employee value proposition is delivering excellence through its workforce, which proclaims that EIL's greatest strength is its highly qualified, highly talented, and skilled workforce. So, as a strategic business partner, the training and development function at EIL derives its direction from the business strategy and alignment with the organizational goals and objectives. The training interventions at EIL are accordingly planned by taking into account the technical competency and behavioral competency needs of the employees. EIL as an organization recognizes the importance of its professionals' needs to remain abreast with the latest knowledge and business needs. And accordingly, the training interventions are planned to cater to the functional competency and behavioral competency requirements. For the purpose, at EIL, we have a very well-established competency framework in place. A well-established competency framework is in place in EIL, which defines the role-based competency and the related proficiency levels. So now, based on these desired competencies, training interventions are designed to cater to the functional, behavioral, leadership, and skills competency requirements of the organization. Along with this, we also have capability profiling and assessment development centers, which help in chalking out individual development plans. Further, personal development plans are also designed by the employees through the PMS system that is in place in the organization. Now, these training needs coming together from different sources are then maintained employee-wise in the organization to bring about accountability of all the stakeholders that are involved. Now, these consolidated individual needs, along with business needs, provide a basis for identifying the thrust areas of training in the organization. And accordingly, the annual training calendar is designed to include behavioral competency programs, to include domain programs to cater to the technical competency requirements, and leadership programs for developing a leadership pipeline in the organization. In addition to carrying out this scientific process of training need identification, we also align our training interventions with the competency and role requirements in line with the career progression needs of the employees. So accordingly, the training interventions are grouped into 4 clusters, that is access, climb, build, and lead. And programs related to junior, middle, senior level management programs and leadership programs are conducted corresponding to these clusters. Further, we also conduct staff development programs, women development programs. Also, we have a very comprehensive training scheme for imparting training to our management trainees. Now, all these training programs are conducted in EIL's state-of-the-art, highly equipped training center, now known as Pragyan Kendra, which is located at EIL's Gurgaon office complex. I request all of you to visit it once, and you will really enjoy being there. Further, I personally take pride in sharing with you all that EIL as an organization has been able to sustain its endeavor for growth and development even during pandemic times by organizing training programs in the online mode and ensuring participation to the numbers of 2,700 participants for the training programs that were conducted in the year 2021 and vis-a-vis our employee strength of 3,000 plus. Further, talking about the training effectiveness evaluation, all the training programs at EIL are evaluated at all the 4 levels of evaluation. That is the reaction level, learning level, behavioral, and ROI. At the reaction level, we capture the feedback of the participants immediately after the training program on various parameters, including usefulness of the program, the course content, the training facilities that were available. Further, the learning gaps, the bridging of the learning gaps is captured with the help of pre and post assessments. Next, to identify the behavioral changes, we carry out surveys by using 360-degree feedback. Also, we have been able to assess the ROI aspect of training evaluation for the training programs that we conduct for our client organization, wherein we are able to generate revenue for our organization, that is EIL. So this is from my side. I would request now Neha to take it further from here on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. A distinctive feature of high-performing organization is building leadership pipeline in a sustained basis. In EIL, we believe in the philosophy that leaders are made rather than born, and leaders can be learned by practice. Arohan, a leadership development program, is a long-duration program that aims at nurturing and developing leadership capabilities in-house high potentials and high performers and enabling them to occupy the key positions in the Engineers India Limited. Arohan program is characterized by the principle of transformative learning, which is based on the theme of crucible learning that involves 3 stages. First is the participant identification, which is done with the help of ADCs, Assessment Development Centers. Then is the self-reflection, which involves the chalking out of individual development plans, and then the developmental interventions that are provided to the individual to imbibe their leadership capabilities. This program is a blend of workshops, OBT, outbound training, team building exercises, gaming techniques, online workshops by management gurus and real life cases, etc. This program is characterized by high impact strategic action learning projects, which are being allocated to a team of 4 to 5 interdisciplinary individuals under the experiential learning journey by working on these ALPs under the guidance of sponsors, guides, and SMEs. The leadership skills are honed with the help of fishbowl sessions and action labs, which give them knowledge in the area of foresightedness, planning, risk-taking, negotiation skill, etc. Let us come on the need of creating such a innovative practice in EIL, which involves building critical leadership competencies, which are groomed in the EIL DNA, and nurturing leaders with the philosophy that leaders groom leaders. The process involves ILDPs, classroom and OBT-based learning and action learning projects. The benefits from this intervention, innovative practice, is it gives opportunities to high potentials to rise in the organization and helps in timely succession planning. Most of the people in the board level and top positions have undergone this scientifically designed program. The training effectiveness is being measured with the help of 360-degree evaluation in terms of the feedback from the top management, the sponsors, guides, and SMEs. And most important is the applicability of findings of action learning projects, which in the terms of implementability in the organization. The sustainability of this intervention includes that organizational strategies are framed and crafted by the employees or internal stakeholders of the organization that impact the organizational growth. Now comes our second innovative practice, which is being a knowledge partner to the oil and gas industry. Engineers India Limited is committed to its endeavor to provide premium services to its client. And in furtherance to it, we are able to provide the learning solutions to our client organization based on their learning needs. This helps us not only in generating revenue, but in the times of pandemic. In the year 2021, we have designed and best fit and tailored early solutions for our clients. We have a pool of highly knowledgeable faculty credentials, which are the professionals from IITs, IIMs, and are fully equipped with national and international certifications from PME, TTT, AMPP, etc. The EIL capabilities lies in providing technical trainings in the core engineering areas and specialized areas such as cathodic protection, hazardous area classification, etc. Now let us come to the benefits that we have accrued from this innovation is that we have generated revenue for the company, and we are able to create more business prospects with the help of sharing knowledge to the to other organizations. This has given more visibility to our training function, which has shifted from backroom to boardroom and have converted from cost center to profit center for the company. So in the end, I just want to conclude with a simple quote that they always say, time changes things, but you actually have to change them yourself. Thank you very much. That's all from our side.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Is this presentation revolving around a leadership development program and succession planning alone?
it is revolving around converting training. What I understand, ma'am, from your question is that we are
The objective of the training program that we are discussing is the impact which you have created. Because you were spending a lot of time in your previous life on the leadership development module. So are we focusing on one training program for leadership development?
Yes, ma'am, as I understand, we are focusing on one training program. Apart from there, we also have management.
That we understood, that you have a gamut of training initiatives, and one particular program that you have highlighted here is
Arohan. Yes,
It's
yes.
a flagship leadership
So let's stick to that.
The objective of this was that you give us innovative training practices, especially that you adopted during the pandemic. The focus is there.
So if we were to, sorry about cutting in. So in the interest of time, if we were to understand that in the leadership development, any specific initiatives in 2021 and what was innovative?
In the leadership development program, which is a flagship Arohan program, in the innovative thing which has come by is the gaming techniques which we have involved, and the online sessions by management gurus which we have included in the program. Further, Anubha ma'am are head.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
So the innovativeness of the program lies in the sustainability of the initiative despite the economic and environmental disruptions. The program started in the year 2009. We've been able to do 12 batches of these programs. And through this,
Anubhaji, you'll have to be a little louder.
all right. Am I audible now? Am I audible now? Am I audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So
we'll keep quiet and maybe we can focus on what you say.
yes. So I would like to supplement to what my colleague said. The innovativeness of the program lies in its sustainability despite the environmental disruptions that came our way, despite the leadership changes and the focus that it has brought to our building our leadership pipeline and focusing on succession planning. So year after year, we've been able to groom our leaders in-house such that they occupy the board level positions, which was the objective of this program. And the innovativeness lies in its sustainability, that throughout the years, with the change in leadership decision makers at all levels, we've been able to sustain this program and come out with and met the objectives of the program.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Neha, Tripti, and Anubhaji. Up next are Hero MotoCorp, represented by Mr. Samir Pandey and Ms. Anubhuti Sharma.
Yeah, we are here.
Yeah. After Hero MotoCorp, we'll have NTPC RLI Solapur.
Should we start? Okay. Good afternoon, jury members and all my friends from the learning fraternity. Yatra naryastu pujante ramante tatra devta. इसका अर्थ है जहां पे स्त्रियों का सम्मान होता है वहां पर देवता निवास करते हैं. Wherever women are worshipped, gods reside. And that's what I am here to share with you all today. Hello, everyone. I'm Samir Pandey. I'm the talent development lead for Hero MotoCorp, and I'm accompanied by Anubhuti here and Srini amongst you. We are the world's largest two-wheeler manufacturer, Hero MotoCorp. Sorry, the slides are not moving. Okay. We are a multinational motorcycle and scooter company holding #1 position for the past 20 years in a row. And we have more than 100 million customers on the road today across the globe. Starting our journey in 1984 from Dharwada plant, we now have domestic market share of 50% and presence in more than 40 countries. At Hero MotoCorp, we believe supporting employee development in all stages of their career, and we are driving this under one umbrella called the Hero Talent Academy. This is a one-stop talent development solution for everyone. All technical, functional, and behavioral training get covered under this. And these are centrally conceptualized across the geographies and delivered through one platform. Our Hero Talent Academy is a consolidation of synchronous, asynchronous, inclusive, and exclusive offerings by us. Through this, we cater to our entire value chain. Starting clockwise from the left, our first subset of the HTA is the Hero Virtual Learning Center, which caters to the asynchronous learning needs of the employees through Skillsoft per CPO, which we have partnered with, and behavioral needs through our virtual learning management system, which is VLMS. Again, extending to all our trainings which are there through this. In COVID phase, VLMS emerged as one of the most popular learning tool in our organization. More than 270,000 modules were conceptualized and completed by our employees in a span of 1 year, and 4.5 training days per person were achieved. Next in the line is the traditional way of learning, which is the instructor-led training. And there is a dip in it because of the conditions that we all know of. Moving to our role-based tiered learning programs, which kick in at a role changes stage, and learning needs arising out of our 9-box categorization, which is run across the organization. Every year, we impart around 2,000 learning days under this segment. Certification programs are specially catered to our employees and the value chain. This is a series of programs evaluated, conceptualized, and designed in partnership with our university, the BML Munjal University. Our knowledge partners are categorized into 4 categories, which is platinum, gold, silver, and bronze, ensuring that they are also in line with our strategy. And each program has feedback, understandably, which is again fed back into the programs. Our sales and service learning academies have hybrid programs for dealer sales and service staff, again, which is for our ecosystem. And continuous knowledge and skill-based evaluation is embedded in them. Starting right in the organization, a very important aspect for us, and that is why our induction programs are covered for our new joiners. To talk more about our specific program, which has innovation in it, I would hand it over to Anubhuti.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Samir. The innovation training program practice I'm going to share with you today, especially curated for our women leaders at Hero and industry at large. In 2014, we started working on a project called Tejaswini, which was basically for more diversity in our shop floor. And we realized that there is a significant gap of women in leadership role in the ecosystem. So that's why we decided to come up with a program called Women in Leadership, which help in creating leader within the organization and for the industry at large. Initially, 3 WIL batches were held in the institute premises, but things are different now. That's why, and that's how, let us take a quick look why that happened.
Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a very good morning because today we are going to witness a long-awaited event. Long-awaited? Yes, for many. We were planning to have this on 6th March, but things changed for the entire world and so as for us. So I would request the girl whosoever's name I will call next, please switch on your camera, unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and take it forward. So first name in this sequence is Anant Lakshmi Ji.
Pleasant morning to one and all present here. I'm Anant Lakshmi. I work in the finance department and I am a proud alumni of BMU.
Now it's time to move for WL Batch 4.
Well, from a 100% physical program has successfully transformed into a full-fledged hybrid program. Initially, being caught by surprise due to the pandemic for continuity, the program was first converted into full-fledged virtual mode and now a hybrid program. To manage screen fatigue, the module got converted into compact capsule with 1/3 of total duration with same impact. We followed an improvement cycle for all our tiered learning interventions. And so as for WIL, we evaluate each batch for content, faculty, and delivery consistently, which ensure that the program is relevant and beneficial for the upcoming batches. Here I'm presenting the improvement cycle followed in one of our WIL batches, which was getting feedback from all the parts of the module and improving them has become a standard practice now. So we checked the challenges and here we identified that program buy-in from manager because sparing females for every 3 days, every month was difficult. So buy-in was important. So we conducted a manager sensitization session for everyone. And we added action learning projects so that impact of program can be seen in the program. And we have also evaluated on other parameter and remodulated our program in terms of content delivery and the capsules. So finally, we created a comprehensive program for WIL 2021. Action learning projects were identified in collaboration with department and included in the program. 8 action learning projects are already being identified in that particular batches, and 5 are already implemented. And we have and 5 are already implemented. Just in the favor of time, over to you, Samir.
So 91 women leaders, with 66% of them still with us, 48% women leaders actually attaining lead positions, and the numbers are in front of you, and they are impacting lives of almost 500 people across the organization. WIL Academy, again, a pet of Dr. Pawan Munjal, who personally takes interest in all the training programs as well as this one, is actually 60 WIL alumni are actually now going to impact 27,000 workforce across the organization, because the learnings from WIL as we said, the tools used in WILD are also replicated in other programs, as well as the learnings from WILD will also get imparted into the other programs. Thank you.
Now we have time. I think it's better to hear from one of the participants by the time we have time. Let's have the feedback.
15 seconds only, I think.
Hi, I'm Deepshika Malik, part of Hero MotoCorp, Gurgaon. I'm currently heading the HRD function in diversity and inclusion at Gurgaon. Through this journey, I have reinforced my definition of leadership, not just at professional level, but at a personal level.
We are done. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, one question. How is the outcome was measured for the new innovative practices?
Sorry.
How the outcome of the new innovative practices was measured?
How the outcome?
How it was measured?
Yeah.
So here we are coming up with only one innovative practice, though we implement all the improvement, whatever we do in this, in other interventions as well. Here we check that what is the current, when the female entered in the program, what is the role they are performing, vis-a-vis what is the role enrichment they have got after joining the batch. Like if you have seen, there were 3 highlights in these slides, like we were not having senior females in the leadership role. That's what the program, that was the reason why this program was initiated. So I can proudly say recently 3 females from the from this batches alumni has been taken up. The plant, 2 are on plant finance head role and 1 is on plant HR head role, which is from the recent batch. So this is how we are evaluating. Like our programs are based on certain need, and then we check whether it's being catered or not. Yeah.
So is there criteria for people to enroll in the program? Do you have a selection criteria?
Ma'am, it's an exclusive program because it's for female, but we don't want to do it further and exclusion, though we do take managers' recommendation. Like I was nominated by my manager in this batch. However, it's an open program for all the females who want to uplift their leadership skills and in their life.
All the female employees within the hero program?
Within the hero with a particular experienced cadre,
Okay.
they are included.
And then you will make sure that they get absorbed within hero itself. Is there a bond or is there something?
So yes.
So Dr. Iyer, this is a dual focused program. We don't mind losing these people because we are creating it for the society. The 68% people who are with us, but the other 34% are actually in leadership roles in other organizations. We are in touch with them. So we want to create more leaders within the ecosystem, and that's Dr. Munjal's vision, that I don't mind somebody else leading somewhere else, but I have trained the person. So that's the vision on this. And we are replicating it for other programs also. Our sales and after sales program, which has 54,000 learning hours this year itself, we have not highlighted that, is also focusing on the sales. Though we will lose people outside, but they are leaders somewhere else. That's the perspective.
Fair enough. So is that one of the yardsticks of measuring the ROI?
No, we can, but we are not tom-tomming about it. So we are not really okay. Yes, it is ROI for the society, but
That's a direct ROI that you can actually measure and publish.
it is, Dr. Iyer, but I'll reserve that for the next awards. Maybe.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samir Pandey and Anubhuti. Up next are NTPC, RLI Solapur, represented by Mr. E. Nanda Kishore. Okay, after this, there'll be another presentation by Sirma SGS. Are you there? All right. Okay, so be ready for that.
Can I start? Most respected jury members, organizers of ISTD, and my dear friends from all across learning and development fraternity. So first of all, I will try to limit myself to Solapur, RLA Solapur. And in fact, PMI has isn't my task by presenting company profile and it being same, I'll try to skip those slides. And during this pandemic, we have never felt it is a challenge to us. And we have found a lot of opportunities for learning and development, in fact. This pandemic has created a lot of technological inventions which helped learning and development, not only in NTPC and across the world. And this pandemic has given a lot of learning time to the individuals. And we have utilized it. And we found a lot of interest from the participants and participation also. And in fact, this is opportunity for us. So this is already covered. In this, actually, I want to mention that our budget out of amount mentioned by PMI, I am consuming 1 crore per annum. So this, again here, I am here. Our PMI is Apex Training Center, and we are located at regional levels. And many of the things at design of the infrastructure and some of the POs will be placed by PMI, and we will be making use of that infrastructure, and we will be designing certain things, and we have our own freedom. So as far as RLI Solapur is concerned, our infrastructure includes, these are the classrooms and augmented reality and virtual reality facility and simulator center. Actually, we have 2 simulator centers. One is dedicated for 660 megawatt supercritical power plants, and other one is 800 megawatt supercritical power plant. And these 2 simulators are serving total NTPC power stations. 660 megawatt, 6 power stations in one hardware. They were softwares were involved, installed, and for 800 megawatt, 5 power plant simulators softwares installed, and we are training them accordingly. So this is already covered. So this is our employee development strategy. In the planning stage, we'll be capturing stakeholder expectations, which I will be showing you in innovation methods, training need analysis, and nomination from and release. In execution stage, as you know, we are doing physical and digital mode of training, and we are taking help from the technology in all the aspects. Learning and improvement, capturing reactions, assessing learnings, measuring impacts, and justifying the investment we will be dealing. And our TNA, training need analysis, come from competency requirements of the individual, development requirement captured in the PMS. We have our own PMS form in which actually we capture the training requirements, and that will be vetted by RO also. Training requirement organized, captured from the HODs, and some of the higher level training programs will be transferring to PMI to conduct them. Organizing requirements like RE, we recently have tied up with IIT Bank, Mumbai for organizing the certification training programs in RE. Requirements from the IDPs, individual development plans, and in these things. So this is the strategic support we are giving to the organization. So for the preparation of the world-class professionals and support to the industry, and during this recent times and during 1920 also, we have trained not only NTPC, Solapur, regional, we have trained all executives of NTPC through MS Teams, and we have trained some of the transcos and DISCOMs of Maharashtra, Telangana, and Dayu Daman on free of cost and customer relation management mode. And we have trained external organizations like Gencos, including private companies, on payment basis. This way, we have earning the revenue also. So these are the training statistics in which I have mentioned the numbers from the Solapur and the region as well as all over NTPC in the various areas. So these are the, as far as innovation is concerned, I am focusing on 6 innovations. Adale Solapur on its own took up. Simulated training through remote mode, competency-based training, innovation in training nominations, execution of the programs, leveraging technology, educating contractors, employees, feedback through expectations and performance format. So this is the simulated training during the pandemic because people could not come to the simulator center. Then what we have done with the help of PGCL dedicated line, we have extended this simulator as a, now present simulator works as a server, and we have extended this server to various remote locations by installing certain computers and required infrastructure in the respective stations. And Tanda and 3-4 other stations like Meja, Tanda, and Kargan have developed their own simulator setup, actually, a control room setup they have developed. And they will be able to access our simulators, and our simulators will act as servers. So faculty can be from there and faculty can be from here also. So like that, we have conducted several number of batches during the pandemic, and as per the comfort level, we are continuing it now also. And physical, it is in addition to the physical mode. And this is the competency framework we have developed, competency-based training, I call it as. Technical competencies we have developed for each role. From there, actually, we have developed the competency for training purpose, competency assessment. We have developed the modalities with which actually competency gap will come, and that will go to individual development plan. And parallelly, to develop each competency in the competency framework, we have mapped the required trainings for each competency. It becomes a big Excel sheet actually. So for those trainings will become the part of your training calendar. So that is as far as training calendar is concerned. But which training is to be given to whom? So that comes from the competency gap analysis of the individuals. So from there, actually, individual developments are planned. Then accordingly, training center will continue the trainings. So this is VR technology, as already mentioned by our PMI also, and we have trained some 4 batches in VR, and now this we are integrating in simulator now. The persons who are coming from simulated training, we will be training through VR technology. So this is another innovative training practice during pandemic we have covered is some of the female contractor employees we have trained in their hygiene, basic hygiene requirements, basic safety, money management, banking, childcare, nutrition, healthcare. Our female, that means senior executives, ladies have trained them, and that is very useful and helpful to them. And this is capturing expectations of the stakeholders. This we made it in 2 parts. One is their expectations or requirements. Other part is how RLA is performing. So this becoming 4 metrics. Actually, in a horizontal axis, expectation. In vertical axis, y-axis, it is performance. You can see in the 4th quadrant, in one of the quadrants, so number 6, 15, and 7, and 18, 4, the other 5 parameters, where your people are expecting, expectations are also more, and RLA performance is also more. And let me say 10, 11, 2, 3, 9 areas. Their expectations are, but performance is less. RLA is, performance is less. So in this 12, 13, their expectations are less, performance is less, not a big issue. Then 14, where already performance is more, so we have to reorganize our resources. This is training our contractor employees. During the pandemic, we have trained several contractor employees, not only job specific areas and safety areas also. Now it is continuing. So these are the results achieved through the, a minute please. Results achieved during the, with the help of simulated training, desk engineers could save equipment from the trippings 15 number of occasions and took 17 efficiency improvement projects. With the help of SSA training, I am also one of the CAA SSA, undergone CAA SSA training, and I have done 6 external companies assessment on business excellence model of the CAA. With the help, that company has given me that opportunity. SAP hands-on training, and with the help of that, many PRs are being raised without any mistake. And webinar and flashover presentation during, we were able to give them understanding why flashovers are happening. And this is one of the key focused area nowadays in our company. So training on part, this is, we have done it. Thank you, sir. Thank you for extending the time. Thank you.
No, I find, there is not much difference in innovation that they did or do, except for maybe simulation, which you mentioned and highlighted.
Yes.
We don't find any significant.
Those 5 slides. Yes.
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 There are 2 competitors for the same slot. I think something has to be thought about. Any questions?
No, actually, sir, in this, I try to mention my area innovations, in fact. So those 5, 6 innovations I mentioned, they are my specific areas I have mentioned. Yes.
Significantly apart, and maybe one more, that's all. I don't have their presentation before me, otherwise I would have compared.
Yes.
One question I have, what are the innovative training practices which are adopted during 2021? During that period?
Innovative training practices. That is training female women contractor workers, and training our own contractor employees, and ERVR technology we have implemented, and simulator training anyhow, remote simulator training. And in addition to that, a lot of trainings we do that is different. Actually, I am focusing on these innovations only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nandakishore.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Sirma SGS Technology Limited, Chennai, represented by Mr. Sarvanan and Ms. Deepika.
A very good afternoon to all the present here, respected jury members. Myself, Saruna Kumar, and I represent HR Department, Sirma SGS Technology, Chennai. And along with me, I have my colleague, Deepika Chauhan, to assist me for this slides. So let me first start with introducing our company to all the people. Sirma Technology, as such, is a part of Tandon Group of companies. And we are a contractual electronic manufacturing company based at Chennai. 1 minute. Can you make the slides bigger? Yeah. Okay. The slide is not coming. Okay, right. Syrma Technology carries a legacy of 40 years in developing technology-based manufacturing companies across the globe. And we are the market leader in developing innovative products in RFID and magnetics, serving 150 plus customers. And we have produced over 600 million units of OEM products in the last 10 years. And we have built a world-class manufacturing facility in EMS, electronic manufacturing services, with a strong supply chain network of 120 plus in countries, with around 120 vendors in 12 countries. And now adding value to our product, we bring IoT solutions to our commercial and industry markets, specialization in RFID and magnetic products. So we have shown consistent sales growth of 35% in the last 3 years, and it is still continuing. And we have around 8 manufacturing facilities spread across in India, and satellite plants, 4 satellite units with a headcount of 4,000 plus.
Now, I would like to take towards the training framework which we are using. This is our training framework. At Syrma, our mission for training is to train the talents for all type of activities and tasks that supports the Syrma staff and operators in their endeavor to acquire required training qualification and to create high performance organization. Our training need is assessed on 4 parameters, which is based on organizational, departmental, individual, and strategic business needs. We also work on many different type of modules, like pre and post test assessment, on-site and practical training based on OJT. We also have e-modules, interactive sessions, and assignments. Apart from this, we have major groups for inbound trainings and outbound trainings. This is our training ecosystem. We evaluate the needs based on the Form 2 KRA, business needs, performance and feedbacks, and individual skill and competency gap analysis. And based on that, we have various kind of modules, like we have skill development centers at various locations. We have focus group, core group, and we have a program for the women empowerment. We also have e-learning initiative through the LinkedIn programs and Udemy programs. Also, we have a scheme for Grow Within, where we are upgrading our trainees to the senior level. This is our training ecosystem. We focus on continuous learning and conventional learning programs.
In any manufacturing company, skill development is of prime importance. So we have established a skill development center in our facility for training operators and the newcomers. These trainings, we have a customized training programs and a dedicated skill development centers. And this designated in-house skills development center was established in 2006 with a 900 square feet, providing orientation and on-the-job training for the operators. It is a simulated setup for the shop floor, which would give the learners a real-time experience. Critical skills such as soldering, winding, visual inspections, potting, epoxy potting are the major focus in the section of RFID. With a view to reduce the redundancy, dependency on the trainers, and to increase and to strengthen the accountability of the operators, we have repositories of e-modules which were created by the trainers themselves. And anytime the operators can just log in and they can view the e-modules and learn the processes and the systems. Operators will have to undergo 5 days of rigorous training when they walk into the skill development center. The first day, they will have to will apprise the company's products, services, and HR practices. And second day, they will undergo the e-modules on safety, 5S, SMT, and ESD, and PPAs. On third day, they will be allocated to the specific department, and they will undergo the department-specific trainings and on-the-job training. Similar to our in-house skill development center, we have established an external skill development center within the city in a place called Aripuram in Chennai. So that we have joined hands with the Rotary Club of Madras Marina to help the poor people to just learn the technicals and to have a decent job at the end of the course. We have designed a course of 6 months wherein the poor people has to just run through the course, and after that course they will be observed in a company in a decent salary. So this initiative is we have taken it as a corporate social responsibility.
Now I would like to take you towards our innovative practices which we are using in our SDC. We have various kind of games and activities which is helping our employees for improvement of their motor skills. Like we have dartboard activity, we have bed color in separation activity, we have bed insertion activity, pegboard activity, and ball passing and component selection. Ball passing is helping our employees for the teamwork and other things, and dartboard, bed color insertion, they are helping the employees for the concentration and their hand coordination.
One of our initiatives that I've taken during the pandemic is bringing our skill development center, taking the skill development center to rural units. So we have started a small skill development center there and focused more on fundamentals on the training for the women workforce. As we all know, in electronic industry, handling smaller parts is very difficult. And so women workforce by nature, they have that capability to handle smaller parts and to have a precision assembling in electronics. So that's how we have started many skill development centers in rural areas to empower the female workforce. And we have created a strong leadership pipeline and strong leadership pipeline. We have formed a core team, and this team comprised of in the capacity of managers to DGM level, and they will be the future successors of the each function, each department. And this team is formed, handpicked from the HODs, so that they will be the future successors of the functions. Similarly, the next line of leadership is young leaders, and they will be formed in the capacity of senior engineers, senior executives to manager level. They will be the future managers of the functions. Our next program is GT program, and this is a 2-year training program, a flagship program of Sirma Technology, wherein the fresh talents from out of college, where we have recruited through the campus recruitment, they will undergo 2 years of rigorous training. First 3 months, they will be get department orientation and how the departments are interlinked. So department functions will apprise them of their department functions and orientations, and they will undergo many projects like mini projects, small assignments, and in the next 9 months they will be allocated to a specific department and they start working in the special projects.
Now I would like to take you towards our training hours and the training we have increased in. In the time of COVID, we have helped our employees through the training online courses through LinkedIn and Udemy. We also send the training videos related to technicals and behavioral trainings to our operators also, because they don't have any access to the laptop. So we send it through WhatsApp. We also had a tie-up with the various institutes for the knowledge partners. We also focused on the behavioral leadership and technical and soft skill training. Apart from this, in continuous learning, we have Gamba walks, we have daily review meetings and weekly review meetings with our CEO. This is our ROI. If we talk about ROI, we have Kaizens, number of Kaizens improved in 2020-21 to 801. Apart from this, we have 90 number of people who were taken on to next level. We have a retention of in core team, young leaders, and grow from within scheme up to 97%.
with a strong leadership pipeline at senior level and middle level, and having skill development centers at Chennai and down south in satellite plants, and various training programs in skill development center, we have registered 18% growth in 2021 and has shown 167% from 2015. With that, we have also seen qualitative results like increase in new customers and bringing in new business leads, and unlocking the women empowerment in the rural side, and giving a clear career path to our operators and staffs.
So if I were to ask a question that I see from your report here, this in-house skill development center, how old has it been?
It is a 5 years old.
5 years.
5 years old.
So did it, accomplish something specific during the pandemic and in the 2021 period?
Yeah, we have taken.
Here for the PUJM and a few initiatives. Are these specifically introduced only in this period, or were they there?
We have added few more initiatives along with that. What we have.
And what was the motive of adding specific initiatives during this period?
And to increase the productivity. I mean, we just to increase the productivity and to.
Now, do you have a before and after comparison? Before the initiative and after the initiative?
We don't have the slide, but we have seen that improve. Yeah. Yeah.
Ma'am, we have an increase in the productivity, RFID productivity. I will show you. It's there in the second last slide. Ma'am, you can see in the slide number, second last slide, there's an improve in productivity from 450 to 533. Yes, ma'am, because this is the new initiative we have started in this period.
Thank you, Sarvanan and Deepika. So that was the last presentation before we break for lunch. And we are back on schedule. We have completed all the planned presentations. So a big round of applause for all of you. Thank you so much. All right, so the lunch break is for 45 minutes. So please be back here 2:20, yeah? At 2:20 sharp. We will be starting with the presentation by THDC, right? That will be the first presentation. Thank you.
ये रहा सॉफ्ट कॉपी में सॉफ्ट कॉपी
ये यहीं रखा रहने दो, मैं पकड़ा दूंगा।
ऐसे करके ना
मैं दे आऊंगा,
दिखा देंगे।
दे आऊंगा। हाँ ठीक है, तुम वीडियो बना लेना, लेकिन पूरी फोटो भी खींच लेना एक आध।
Hello, 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 check, hello, 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 check, check, mic check, hello. हेलो हेलो ठीक है।
Hi. Thank you.
ఏదో టెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నట్టు చూస్తాను. ఓకే, ఒకసారి డబ్ల్యూ ఒకసారి ఓపెన్ చేసి కూడా చూద్దాం. ఏం ప్రాబ్లం లేదు కదా.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-lunch session. We'll start with the first presentation post-lunch by THDC. THDC is represented by Mr. S.K. Sharma, Mr. Ashish Pathak, and Mr. Abhishek Tomar. Over to you, Mr. Sharma. I'm sorry. Close that door. I'm sorry. Participants, please settle down. Thank you.
अच्छा वो शेयरिंग वाला उन वहां से ऑन करना पड़ेगा
अदरवाइज साउंड नहीं आएगा.
Anybody from IT here? Mr. Gurvinder?
He was here only.
गोविंदर इधर ही सब बुलाना था. गुरविंदर
ये शेयर मोड में. कहाँ है जो थे दूसरे? वो नहीं है.
टाइम देखते रहना. I will not take more than.
मैंने लगा दिया. टाइमर लगाया. इसको शेयर मोड पे डालो so that वीडियो में भी आवाज आएगी. ठीक है. और पीपीटी में कोई दिक्कत.
For those who came in late, our next presentation is by THDC Limited. THDC is represented by Mr. S.K. Sharma, Mr. Abhishek Tomar, and Mr. Ashish Pathak. And after THDC, we will have Union Bank of India. Union Bank, are you there? All right. Okay, sir.
अब इसको स्लाइड्स पे करिए सर.
ये आपका नहीं है ये.
मेरा ही है ये. मेरा ही है. इसको सर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं हो सकती. स्लाइड्स ओपन.
ये ना कुछ वो स्टॉप होना पड़ेगा.
नहीं अभी चल गया था. He was here.
शेयर कर रखा आपने?
हाँ सही कर रखा. स्टॉप कर दो शायद. स्टॉप कर दो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
नहीं
दो पानी शेयर होती ना.
वो नहीं. एक मिनट. एक मिनट. कौन सा वाला है? यही वाला?
हाँ. आइए. ये चलो. अच्छा सब मैं यहाँ से देखता हूँ पूरा प्रॉपर चलेगा. नहीं भाई. और इसको स्क्रीन कर दिया सर. फुल
हो गया ना.
वो फुल स्क्रीन पे आना चाहिए. वो नहीं आया सर अभी. ठीक से स्टार्ट करें.
इसमें वॉइस भी है.
Can we start? Thank you, sir. Great afternoon, everyone. Most reverend faculty, jury members, and delegates and participants from different organizations present here. It is my great privilege to be part of this national event on innovative training practice being organized by ISTD. My name is S.K. Sharma, Deputy General Manager HR, THDC from THDC India Limited. I'm here along with my teammate, Mr. Ashish Pathak, Senior Officer HR, and Abhishek Tomar. THDC India Limited, formerly known as Tehri Hydro Development Corporation, was incorporated on 12th July 1988 as a joint venture of Government of India and Government of UP, with the sole objective of developing Tehri hydropower complex of 2400 megawatt capacity. Later on, with the pursuant to strategic sale, now the equity in THDC is shared between NTPC and Government of UP. Over the years, company has grown into multi-project organizations spread over across the states, and it has diversified in all sorts of conventional and non-conventional energy sources. We believe that in a competitive and resource-scarce business environment, it is the inner strength of the organization which leads to success and growth of the organization. The human capital, which plays a vital role in enabling the strategic issues, needs to be enriched with knowledge, skill, and attitude through trainings. With this objective, THDC has established an HRD center, which is known as Center of Excellence in Learning and Development. And we firmly believe that focusing on quality of training aligned with business goals will certainly improve the quality of people in the organization. With this backdrop, I would request my colleague Ashish to move on the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'm Ashish Pathak, MBA grad from IIT Kharagpur, as working as senior officer in THDC India Limited. It is an honor to present in front of you all, and as an innovative practice itself, I'm here to present because of a screening process. This is a painting of mine. This won first prize in THDC India Limited, and that is why I'm here to present this innovative training practices. He has already told about THDC India Limited. Without taking much time about it, I would directly move towards the टिहरी बांध, जो एक संघर्ष की कहानी रही है। पहाड़ों में हम स्थित हैं। कोरोना के टाइम में पहाड़ों में जो विपत्ति आई है वो अनपैरेलल है कहीं से भी यदि हम कंपेयर करें, और हमारा पूरा फोकस 19-20-21 की ट्रेनिंग में जो रहा है वो कोविड के द्वारा हुए विपत्तियों से अपलिफ्टमेंट में रहा है। कहते हैं जान है तो जहान है, तभी बाकी संसार है। यदि जान नहीं तो हम कितनी भी लीडरशिप थ्योरीज की बात कर लें, हम किसी चीज की भी बात कर लें, और हम कितनी भी आरओआई बात कर लें। आज मैं यहाँ पे खड़ा हूँ, ये हमारी जो इनोवेटिव प्रैक्टिसेस है, मैं खुद एक आरओआई हूँ। यदि मैं इस तरह की इनोवेटिव प्रैक्टिसेस हमारे यहाँ नहीं होती तो शायद मैं आज जिंदा भी नहीं होता। तो हमने टीएनए के लिए यहाँ पे कल्चरल ऑडिट की और देखा कि एडवोकेसी कल्चर की रिक्वायरमेंट है। देन वी वेंट विथ पैरेटो चार्ट एंड वी अंडरस्टूड दैट देयर इज अ नीड ऑफ रिकॉग्निशन, सोसाइटल आउटरीच, सोसाइटल कॉज एंड इनोवेशन इन टेक्नोलॉजी। यदि मैं इनोवेटिव ट्रेनिंग प्रैक्टिसेस की बात करूं तो सबसे पहले आता है ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल मेंटरशिप मॉडल। हमारे यहाँ क्या हुआ, जब कोविड आया तो जो हमारी O&M की टीम थी, बाकी सब तो घर पे हो गए क्योंकि वो लॉकडाउन था, किसी को बाहर निकलने की जरूरत नहीं थी, बट O&M को चलाना था। लोग डरते थे, लोग जाते ही नहीं थे, उन्हें लगता था कि हम मर जाएंगे, हमारे बच्चों का क्या होगा। आज भी मुझे याद है जब टिहरी में पहला केस आया था, उस दिन शायद ही कहीं पे खाना बना होगा उस रात। इतना भय था, इतना वो माहौल था, सब्जी नहीं मिलती थी, कुछ भी नहीं मिलती थी। तो ऐसे में जरूरी था कि जो हमारे टॉप लीडर लाइक ईडी, सीजीएम, एचआर और मैं उनके साथ वहां पर जाते थे, वहां पे उनके साथ बैठते थे, उन्हीं के साथ हम 8 घंटे की पूरी ड्यूटी करते थे उनका मनोबल बढ़ाने के लिए। तो ये एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल मेंटरशिप मॉडल है, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि उस समय इसी तरह के इंटरवेंशन की जरूरत थी। मैं यदि आगे बढ़ूं तो उस समय मास्क नहीं था, सैनिटाइजर नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था, खाने पीने की जरूरत नहीं थी। हमारे यहाँ प्रोक्योरमेंट का एक सेक्शन है, जैसे सभी पीएसयूज में होता है, एक सेक्शन होता है प्रोक्योरमेंट का, वो प्रोक्योर करता है चीजें, लेकिन बाकियों को प्रोक्योरमेंट के बारे में नहीं पता। यदि मैं किसी को बोलूं कि जाओ तुम 10 मास्क लेके आ जाओ, वो नहीं जाएगा। ऐसे में जरूरत थी हमें एक टीम बनाने की जो प्रोक्योरमेंट की चीजों को समझे। वहां पे हमने इनोवेशन लाया, हमने 84 नोडल ऑफिसर्स बनाए। वो सिर्फ टीएचडीसी के नहीं थे, उसमें कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल एम्प्लॉयज थे। मेरी तबियत खराब हुई तो मुझे कोई टीएचडीसी का ड्राइवर लेके नहीं गया, जो कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल एम्प्लॉयज वहां पे ड्राइवर था वो मुझे लेके गया। तो उनको अपलिफ्टमेंट करने की जरूरत है, उन्हें सिखाने की जरूरत है कैसे पीपीई पहनना है, कैसे मास्क को डिस्कार्ड करना है। जब आप घर पहुंचोगे अपने बच्चों से डायरेक्ट नहीं मिलना है। तो ये हमने इस तरह की चीज वहां पे लाई, एक नितांत नाम रखा और 84 नोडल ऑफिसर हमने बनाए अक्रॉस THDC। और मैं आपको बताऊं, इसके द्वारा हमने 85,000 मास्क जो 300 रुपए कॉस्ट पे मिलता था, वो हमें 13 रुपए कॉस्ट का पड़ा, क्योंकि हमने पूरे परिवारों को इन्वॉल्व किया। ओएनडम के लिए हमें प्रतिदिन 1000 मास्क की जरूरत पड़ती थी, क्योंकि उन्हें हर शिफ्ट में उसे चेंज करना होता था। इसके बाद यदि मैं बात करूं उत्थान, पहाड़ों में विपत्ति ऐसी थी, खाने को नहीं, सामान ही नहीं पहुंच रहा था, सब्जियां नहीं पहुंच रही थी। इसके लिए मैं THDC को धन्यवाद भी करना चाहूंगा कि जो हमारा फॉरेन ट्रेनिंग के लिए पैसा था THDC में, वो हमारा करीब 1 करोड़ का पैसा, वो हमने पूरा लोकल कम्युनिटी में इन्वेस्ट किया, क्योंकि हमें पता था अगले 2 साल तक अब कोई फॉरेन ट्रेनिंग नहीं होनी। उस पैसे को आप लगाओ, आज जान है तो कल जहान है। तो इस तरह की चीजों को हमने इनोवेट किया। सब्जी वाले को हमने बोला कि तुम एक्स्ट्रा पैसे लो, तुम सब्जी लेके आओ, उसके लिए अलग गाड़ी की व्यवस्था करवाई, वो ऋषिकेश से आता था, सब्जी लेके आता था। तो इस तरह की चीजें जो ग्रास रूट लेवल पे रही। फिर धीरे धीरे जैसे लॉकडाउन खुलता रहा, बात आई जान भी जहान भी, क्योंकि प्रोजेक्ट बनाना है, आपको कॉस्ट कहीं ना कहीं दिखानी है। तो उस तरह की चीजों को भी किया गया। यहाँ पे मैं एक वीडियो प्ले करना चाहूंगा जो हमारे HRD और उनके द्वारा की गई लोकल कम्युनिटी सोसाइटल आउटरीच की बात की गई। मास्क के लिए लगाया गया। ज्यादा समय नहीं, इसलिए मैं वीडियो को यहीं पे रोकूंगा और आगे बढ़ेंगे। पढ़ाई, बच्चों की पढ़ाई खत्म हो गई थी, क्योंकि स्कूल ही नहीं खुल रहे थे। 1 साल पूरा डिस्टर्ब रहा। जो हमारा पैसा वहां से हमने बायजूस अनअकैडमी के साथ लिंक किया और उनको प्रोवाइड कराया टैबलेट। जैसे हमने एक कहीं पे सेंटर एस्टेब्लिश किया टिहरी में, और उनको प्रोवाइड कराया टैबलेट। उनको हमने बायजूस से क्लासेस की जो फीस थी वो हमने उनको खरीद के दी। तो इस तरह के मॉडल, जैसे मैं गया वहां पे स्कूल पे समझने गया कि बच्चों में कितना उत्साह है, लेकिन ये स्कूल बंद हो गई कोविड के दौरान। ये हमारी खुद की स्कूल है THDC की, ये बंद हो गई। तो इसको करना जरूरी था। इसके बाद सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम आई हमारे साथ रिटायर्ड एम्प्लॉइज के साथ। सभी PSUs में पोस्ट मेडिकल बेनिफिट होते हैं। पोस्ट मेडिकल बेनिफिट कैसे वो करते हैं, वो कहीं भी अपना इलाज कराते हैं और बाई पोस्ट भेजते हैं अपना बिल प्रोसेस करने के लिए। जब पोस्ट की सर्विसेज ही नहीं चल रही थी, और जब तक आदमी नौकरी में होता है तब उसके पास पैसे होते हैं। रिटायरमेंट के बाद वो किसी भी बड़ी पोस्ट से भी निकला हो, और यदि उसके पास एक जरिया नहीं है इनकम का, उसको प्रॉब्लम आती है मेडिकल के कॉस्ट में। तो उस समय हमने HRD के थ्रू लॉन्च किया एक ऑनलाइन पोर्टल, जिसमें वो ऑनलाइन अपना बिल प्रोसेस कर सकते हैं। विद इन 24 आवर्स उनको पैसा उनके अकाउंट पे पहुंचाया गया। लोग घर पे बैठे थे, उस समय कुछ काम नहीं था, तो हमने एक जेट कम्युनिटी पोर्टल लॉन्च किया। उसमें क्या किया कि सभी अपने क्वेश्चंस डाले, जो उनको क्वेश्चन जो लर्निंग है, क्योंकि 1-to-1 इंटरेक्शन नहीं हो पा रहा था, तो हमने वो चीजें डाली। लोग उसमें अपने आंसर्स पोस्ट करते थे। जो सबसे ज्यादा आंसर लाइक किया जाता था उसका हमने डायरेक्ट PMS से लिंक किया। जो एडिशनल मार्क का कॉलम होता है, 20 मार्क का कॉलम होता है, उससे लिंक किया। और इसमें हमने देखा कि बहुत सारे रिस्पॉन्सेस आए। यहाँ पे मैं एक दिखा रहा हूँ कि 234, 1400 इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस और इस तरह के आंसर्स वहां पे रिसीव हुए। ये है स्वयं हमारे पास 24 बेड फैसिलिटी का ऋषिकेश में माँ गंगा के किनारे ऋषि मुनियों की जो देवभूमि है, तपोभूमि है, वहां पे हमारे पास 40 बेड फैसिलिटी है। तो उसको हमने एज अ कोविड केयर सेंटर में कन्वर्ट किया। ट्रेनिंग तो हो नहीं रही थी और वो बिल्कुल आइसोलेटेड उस पे है, तो हमने वहां पे इसको किया। इसी तरह जो प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे थे हमारे जो MBA थे, उनकी क्लासेस बंद हो गई। अब उनको प्रोजेक्ट करना है, कोई टॉपिक ही नहीं था, तो हमने उनको रियल टाइम एक्सेसिबल हेल्प डेस्क प्रोवाइड कराया, जिससे वो प्रोजेक्ट कर सके। ये एक प्रोजेक्ट है जिन्होंने इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस पे उस समय किया, और उनको हमने R की ट्रेनिंग, SPSS की ट्रेनिंग कराई। उन्होंने कोरिलेशन निकाला, मल्टीलिनियर रिग्रेशन निकाला, और इस तरह की चीजों को कराया। कुटुंब, जैसे कि मैंने बताया, कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल एम्प्लॉयज का योगदान हमारे जीवन में इतना रहा है कोविड के दौरान, जिसकी मैं व्याख्या भी नहीं कर सकता। आज मैं यहाँ पे हूँ, मेरी तबीयत खराब हुई, एम्बुलेंस, वो 48 घंटे एम्बुलेंस पे रहा कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल एम्प्लॉय, तो वो मुझे लेके गया। तो उनके अपलिफ्टमेंट के लिए उनको हम कैसे, उनकी फैमिली से जब हम दूर रखते थे, उनको किस तरीके से ट्रेनिंग करते थे कि आपको क्या सैनिटाइज करनी है चीजें, PPE किट कैसे पहननी है। तो ये कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल एक मैत्री सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी थे, लोगों का हौसला बना के रखना, खासकर ONM प्रोजेक्ट्स में। तो हमने एक मैत्री स्कीम को उस समय लॉन्च किया। उसमें हमने आइडेंटिफाई किए मेंबर ऑफ सहयोग, एम्पैथाइजर्स बनाए, उनको हमने एम्पैथी पे ट्रेनिंग दी। एक ये चीज रही, जब हमारे पास खाली टाइम था तो HRD ने हमसे पेपर्स मंगाए बीच बीच में हमें अपस्किल करने के लिए, खासकर जो हमारा ET बैच था। उसका रिजल्ट ये भी है कि हम लोग पावर HR फोरम के Q4 इवेंट में भी 1 लाख रुपए जीत के आए। एक बार रनर्स थे तो 50,000 रुपए जीत के आए। तो ये HRD के इंटरवेंशन है जिन्होंने हमें डायरेक्टली ग्राउंड पे टच किया। यदि मैं स्टेक होल्डर सैलियंस की बात करूं तो लीडरशिप का जो रोल रहा है, यदि पूरी बात करें तो पूरे में हम 14% हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया कि पूरे उसमें 14% इन्वॉल्वमेंट। यदि मैं 6000 मैन डेज की बात करूं तो उसका 14%, यू कैन इमेजिन कि हमारे CMD EDs उस लेवल पे आके, ग्राउंड लेवल पे आके उन्होंने काम किया है यहाँ पे। ये एक हमने एक पर्टिकुलर मॉडल का यहाँ पे ROTI दिखाने की कोशिश की है। स्वयं मॉडल जो हमारा कोविड के दौरान था, कितना पैसा हमने बचाया, हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन होता, उसी समय हमारा ET का इंडक्शन हुआ था, उनकी ट्रेनिंग को इंश्योर करना था। तो एक पर्टिकुलर मॉडल का हमने यहाँ पे ROTI दिखाया है। इसी तरह मैंने हर एक्टिविटी का यहाँ पे हमने दिखाया है कि क्या इम्पैक्ट रहा है। इम्पैक्ट को हमने नेट प्रमोटर स्कोर से निकाला है, हाउ लाइकली वुड यू लाइक टू प्रमोट दिस टू अदर्स, उससे निकाला है। साथ ही साथ हमने स्पेयरमैन कोफिशिएंट भी लिया है कोरिलेशन के लिए कि कितना इसका इम्पैक्ट रहा है, पॉजिटिव रहा है, नेगेटिव रहा है। और ये लास्ट में मेरी एक पेंटिंग है, मानवता के बिना कोई भी HRD का इंटरवेंशन पूरा नहीं हो सकता है। तो इस आपदा ने हमें यही सिखाया है कि हैव अ ह्यूमन टच। खासकर पहाड़ों में आप कभी भी आइए, वहां पे देखेंगे कितनी प्रॉब्लम है। और साथ ही ISTD को हमारी तरफ से एक छोटा सा गिफ्ट भी है। एक 6 साल की बच्ची है जिसको हमने पढ़ाई के द्वारा इमेज किया था, और उसने एक ROTI का मॉडल यहाँ पे बना के ISTD को दिया है। तो मैं चाहूंगा माध्यम करेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच। यस सर, थैंक यू। एक इनोवेटिव था सर, उस समय क्या था कि हमारा जो लेबर का होता है, जैसे हमारे यहाँ HCC काम करती है, हिंदुस्तान कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी काम करती है, तो उनको वही प्रोजेक्ट साइट पे एक शेड दिया गया है, बहुत बड़ा शेड है जिसमें 300 लोग रहते हैं। अब 300 लोगों में एक आदमी को कोविड आ गया। अब वो पूरा जोन जो था वो कंटेनमेंट जोन बना दिया गया था, क्योंकि 100 पे पहुंचा। उनके साथ सबसे बड़ी समस्या थी कि वो खुद ही खाना बनाते थे, सब करते थे। अब जो हमारा CSR का वो था, वो हमने पहले ही उन्हें दे दिया था। तो एक जो फंड वाला जो पार्ट था, वो हमने एडिशनली हमने 1 साल का और जो फॉरेन का है, मतलब 1.5 साल का हमने निकाल के वहां पे दिया है। ये हमारे HRD के जो उस समय हेड थे उन्होंने दिया है। और हम वहाँ पे फूड राशन और ये सब पहचानते थे। इसको हमने नाम दिया था सर शिक्षा, दीक्षा और योगदान। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा वो था। साथ ही साथ हमने उनको, जो हमारा HRD सेंटर टिहरी में है, वहां पे उनके रुकने की व्यवस्था भी की थी। और जब हमने उनको वहां पे रुकने की व्यवस्था भी की थी, तो उनको अवेयर भी कराया था कि आप अपनी फैमिली मेंबर से जब मिलें तो कैसे मिलें, आप कौन कौन सी मेडिसिन ले सकते हैं। और इसमें HRD का रोल 45% था, 10% रोल हमारा डायरेक्ट HR जो एडमिन का था, और मेडिकल का जो हमारे यहाँ। और टिहरी में हमारी जो मेडिकल है, जो फैसिलिटी है, वो सिर्फ हमारे प्लांट के लिए नहीं है, वो जितना भी टिहरी गढ़वाल में रीजन है वो सबके लिए है। तो उस समय पे वहां पे हम कैंप लगाते थे, हम अपने इंडिविजुअल्स को बैठाते थे कि आप किस तरीके से आओ, लाइन में आओ, एक एक करके आओ। कई बार वो कोई भी दवा ले लेते थे, कुछ भी ले लेते थे, मेडिकल पे भीड़ लगी रहती थी। तो उसमें भी हमने, क्योंकि मेडिकल टीम हमारी लिमिटेड थी, तो HRD के रिसोर्सेज को हमने वहां पे जितने भी यूनिट्स में थे इस तरीके से रिसोर्स के। थैंक यू सर।
इवन हमारी डॉक्टर्स ने YouTube चैनल्स के जरिए लोगों को अवेयर किया, आसपास के लोगों को भी, एंड टू द कॉन्ट्रैक्टर वर्कर्स आल्सो and to the THDC employees also. That YouTube link is also available.
I think you made a good emotional impact, but it is not related to the fact. We are here to learn a training system, the training practice.
Yes, sir.
This is more of HR practice.
Yes.
3 times right. Fine. We compliment you for what HR of Delhi and you are did at that particular operation. It is appreciated. But we have to see and evaluate in terms of the real topic and the objective of the program.
Sir, can I have yeah. So since we had a very less time, so we presented what we felt had a best impact in that period, because 8 to 9 months, no offices were opened. So there was no real intervention. I don't know, like if there would have been programs running already, but everything was suspended. Our main focus in any of the organization focus was the survival of business. At that time, what we could do is we were doing the online classes, we were doing the online trainings, we were doing all those things which other organizations were doing, but we extended the role of HRD in terms of ट्रेजेडी। जैसे सर 2013 में ट्रेजेडी आई थी, तो उस समय भी ऐसे ही हुआ था जब केदारनाथ ट्रेजेडी आई थी। अब वहां पे लोग आते थे, अब HRD के जितने भी इंटरवेंशंस थे, हम उनको रिसोर्स को डिप्लॉय करते थे, उसको हम स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन करने में यूज करते थे, डेटा मैनेजमेंट करने में यूज करते थे। साथ ही साथ यहाँ पे सर जो यदि हम रियल टर्म्स में HR के इंटरवेंशंस की बात करें, जैसे कम्युनिटी जेट प्रोग्राम है, कम्युनिटी जेट प्रोग्राम मैं मानता हूँ कि एक गेम चेंजर है। इसमें हमने क्या किया कि सिंस क्लासेस नहीं हो रही, बट आपको लोगों को एचआरडी में एंगेज करके रखना है, तो आपने एक ऐसा पोर्टल बनाया जिसमें एवरीवन इज अ ट्रेनर एंड एवरीवन इज अ लर्नर. So that is one kind of innovative program that we did. So to be very frank sir, मैं बताऊं, जब 25 मार्च को मुझे याद है जब लॉकडाउन लगा था, 25 मार्च के बाद जब लॉकडाउन लगने के बाद सिर्फ हमारे यहाँ 5 बोलेरो जाती थी पावर हाउस. पूरा ऑफिस शट डाउन था सर उस समय पे. और ये जाके सितंबर में थोड़ा सा कंडीशन ठीक हुई थी, और अगले साल फिर यही कंडीशन चालू हो गई थी जनवरी के बाद. तो क्लासरूम ट्रेनिंग्स और इन सब चीजों का तो एस्पेक्ट वहां पे वैसे ही खत्म हो गया था सर. ठीक सर, थैंक यू सर.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sharma, Mr. Tomar, Mr. Ashish Pathak. Up next are Union Bank of India, represented by Mr. Satyamurthy, Mr. Rishikesh Mishra, and Mr. Dinesh Mishra. And after Union Bank, we will have Vizag Steel.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. It's working? Hello. Working now? Great.
Right? Yeah, you can start.
Shall we start? Respected jury members, shall we start now? Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone presented here, and respected jury members. Thank you giving us opportunity today. ISTD also, I would like to extend great deal of thanks for that. We are coming here from all the way from Bangalore, from Staff College Bangalore, Union Bank of India, which is a premier institute, and it is a part of the large network of Union Bank of India training system. And today we are going to showcase the real case study, which was one of the mega exercise we undertook along with collaboration with other business vertical. It is about the how we went about in amalgamation with the concurrent pandemic which was running. So how we did it successfully, what were the training intervention, most importantly, what were the innovative training intervention that we undertook during that particular period. So that for that purpose, I have been joined by my principal, Rishikesh Mishra sir. He would be taking you through the details of the practices for that particular year. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dinesh. Am I audible to all of you? Yes, respected jury members and all colleagues from different organizations. Very good afternoon to all of you. It's a great pleasure for me to present here before you about our training intervention in the pandemic era, once in a century kind of black swan event when the humanity was at threat, and what kind of intervention we have taken. So I will start with this sloka. Sarve bhavantu sukhna, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pasyantu ma kaschit dukkha bhag bhavet. It is said that necessity is the mother of invention. And again, every creature evolves with the challenges posed by the nature. So is the case with the individual as well as with the organization. So how we evolve from the physical training system to the digital platform, that we'll see that our Union Bank of India, after amalgamation of this, a very big challenge was there before the bank after amalgamation, and then we became the fifth largest in terms of business and fourth largest in terms of network, having more than 9,300 plus branches, 11,650, and all these more than 15.50 trillion business of Union Bank of India. 78,000 plus staff members, having the training center at 10 places across the country, strategically located 10 centers, 32 classrooms, and hostel capacity of 840 and 941 classroom capacity. So these are the actually our main aim is to develop our staff members on these three aspects: attitude, skill, and knowledge. Why, how, and what. And these are the skill like behavioral, functional, and technical aspect. They should know about why, how, and what is this. So this is regarding the training intervention. Going forward, yes, next. So the best training and learning strategies, how we have. It was the race against time. The amalgamation of the banks announced on 4th March 2020. And as you know that lockdown was there on 25th March and it was effective from 1st April 2020. So there was apprehension, people, process, and then system. So people integration like discomfort on job security, staff benefits, seniority, etc., anxiety about new culture, change management, and then processes. Uniformity in the processes like Andhra Bank, Corporation Bank, and then Union Bank of India. And then the HR platforms, the IT platform were different for all the three banks, and the system integration like CBS and biggest challenge was IT and HR integration. So human resources and healthcare also biggest pandemic, and then the many schemes of the government of India like PM Swanidhi, emergency credit line, PM Garib Kalyan Yojana, and then PM Kisan Yojana. All those things also we need to implement in those pandemic time. So going forward, see agile and response. See, immediately after the lockdown, we sat and we developed the digital platform. In the month of March, there was a lockdown. It was announced on 24th March, and then in April, we have started the virtual training program, and our top management and from the training system, we have developed the virtual training policy. Virtual training policy as well as e-learning separate policy was formulated, and then SOP for the virtual training policy. If the program duration is more than 4 hours, they did not to go to the branch, or they should keep themselves away from the customer service so that 100% engagement will be there. So again, in the month of May itself, we launched the digital platform. And many more e-learning courses we offered, advanced and specialized training programs for amalgamated entities. Uniformity is there in the Finacle 10 was the software for the Union Bank of India. So in a record time, we migrated the Corporation Bank as well as Andhra Bank was having Finacle 7 platform. We upgraded the Finacle 7 to Finacle 10 and migrated to Finacle 10 in the month of December itself in a record time. Yes. Flagship program for other training programs like hand-holding of the branches and then training them on the IT platform so that there will not be any customer complaints. Now, leadership training program in the form of GMs, DGMs, we had one Triveni Sangam as well as town hall meeting. We sat them and then we took the feedback, and accordingly our intervention was there. Online short duration and long duration program we started and giving them the all kinds of information, uniformity. Best of 3 practices we started in the Union Bank of India. So the biggest our innovative training practices was in the form of, go back. It was in the form of query corner. Anyone can raise query and within 72 hours, here it is 72 hours as per we formulated, but 24 hours we are giving the reply, and one portal is there, You Learn as well as Union Pragya portal. You Learn portal, each and every FAQs, handbook on products, materials, classroom contents, everything was placed without user ID and password. Anyone can access that and they can update themselves. More than 10,000 queries we responded during 2021. Again, 21-22 also more than 11,000 queries with all the escalation metrics, sir. And with this query corner, we have not responded them, but policy formulation, processes, upliftment, modification in the processes also done. And then cultural integration like Triveni Sangam, together we are union, and a special buddy branch program. One branch was hand-holding the other branches like that. What are the processes? Then e-learning processes and union radio, sir. Every day, whatever the circulars are there, every day in the evening, we used to circulate the union radio. Now my recording is also there. So union radio is one of the unique initiative during this pandemic, sir. And then 3 R's, reach, richness, and results. So that we'll see 76,000 plus staff members. They can have that union radio portal, You portal, You Learn as well as Union Pragya portal. Special programs during the COVID, like these are the wellness program also we conducted. Many of our staff members also lost their lives, and to uplift their morale, we had that wellness program from renowned speakers and renowned institute like from ISA, from Art of Living, and from other speakers. So going forward, the impact was the customer complaints were very lesser. It was very smooth amalgamation journey, taking the experience from the Bank of Baroda. Our bank has taken all care, and training intervention was there to enhance the skill of the staff members. So customer complaints were very less in number. Implementing the government program like PM Swanidhi, we were the second bank in the industry after State Bank of India in PM Swanidhi, sir. And the emergency credit line, more than 6,50,000 people got benefited, more than 12,350 crore loan sanctioned during the 2021 itself. Smooth transition. And then again, employee empowerment were there, sir. Engaged counselors, real-time training and query support boosted their confidence to face work and pandemic-related challenges. And then support to COVID-affected and economy. So all emergency credit line and many programs we did, and through our intervention, through online, virtual mode, one-to-one, all those things were there. The impact was, sir, ultimate impact you can see, the amalgamated entity was having the loss of 6,613 crore in March 2020. It was enhanced, it was converted into the profit. Profit was around 3,000 crore for amalgamated in March 2021, sir. So this was our all, sir. And specifically, if I can talk about the special innovative practices like virtual training program, union radio, query corner portal, these are the innovative practices we started, and many more practices we started in 21-22 like podcast and other also there. This was specifically for the 2021, sir. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And this first time we have prepared the annual performance report, sir, and everything is incorporated here. And more than 1,82,000 employees were, and then our faculty members are, they have done the research and development, more than 74 articles published during 2021 itself, sir. Thank you so much.
Next up for their presentation are Vizag Steel Plant, represented by Ms. N. Vanu, Dr. B. Jagdev, and Mr. T. Ramakrishna. After this, we will have Western Coalfields Limited presentation.
From RANL, yeah, very good afternoon. We are from Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited. Usually it is known as Vizag Steel. We produce steel. We are a manufacturer. So I welcome you all for this session. Next slide. I am Banu, General Manager Training, and my partner is Dr. Jagadev. We both are going to present the presentation on innovative practices at RANL. I would like to brief about our organization. Ours is the first shore-based steel plant in India, and it is a Navaratna CPSC company. Installed capacity is 7.3 million tons. 1 minute. Just a minute, is it showing? No. Yeah. Enter. Okay. Yeah. Ours is the first shore-based steel plant in India. Installed capacity is 7.3 million tons. Ours is the Navaratna CPSE. And we have a manpower of around 15,600. We produce long products for the manufacturing and the for construction of buildings. And we also supply to the railways. It is a 20.64 mm is a very qualitative product. And we have been certified to all standards like quality, safety, health, environment, etc. And the thing is, we have started plantation by the time of construction foundation of our plant, so that we have a very big forest. Almost green belt is very high in our organization. We plant one plant for 1 ton of million steel. So now at 7.3 million ton, so we are reaching that number of trees. Our annual sales turnover is around 17,980 crores. You all know, I think the steel industry normally usually goes up and down. So last 5 years, we could not do any profits. We were incurring losses. But fortunately, last year we have come to the profit side of 835 crores. This is about our organization. This is, we have a very good infrastructure of learning and development side. This is alone, whatever you are seeing is a picture of learning and development center building. You could see it is a 3-stored building. Our vision is to aim at creating a learning and development ecosystem across the company, so that employees will improve the skills in technical, behavioral, technical, managerial skills, and which will be helpful to the fulfilling the organization goals. The company is committed to enhance and sharpen competency of human capital for achieving excellence and fulfilling organizational goals. This is our vision. And coming to the manpower profile, non-executives are 10,460, executive strength is 5,139. So it is a 67:33%. And coming to the infrastructure of RANL, we have, as I told you already, we have a different classrooms. The first one, what we are seeing, that is a management development center. Usually senior level management classes and behavioral training classes will take place. The next one is like a middle management classroom, what you are seeing. The next one is the auditorium. We have a 300 capacity of auditorium we have. There we usually conduct guest lectures, seminars, and during the new entrance comes, they will come in a big number, so that induction training programs, and we also do training programs to apprentices. Apprentice training also we take place in this auditorium. And the next one is a skill center training program. Those who are in the blue uniform, they are all apprentices actually. We are inducting 1,019 apprentices every year. So we have an exclusive skill development center to train these apprentices, ITI background, diploma background, and graduate backgrounds. And the next one is a computer center. We have 3 computer training classrooms. And the next one is a workshop. There actually technical training will be given to the diploma and ITI students, and to the employees, those who are coming with the background of ITI and diploma. This is about our infrastructure. And coming to the training process, so usually we take a source of training needs. We have each department, we have a training coordinators. we conduct training coordinator meet. In that, we will take the inputs from the training coordinators, what are all required. And we have a high-level training advisory committee, which will be held by the executive director of the works. So he will be heading that committee. And with the anyhow, as you all take from performance appraisal, we take the inputs, what are all the types of training needs they are expressing, and special departmental needs, like particularly they want on crane, particularly they want on Siemens training, or maybe arc welding or something. Such needs also we will take. And these are the inputs we are taking. I'll go back once. Back. Okay. Actually, after taking all these inputs, we are processing. Committee is sitting, and what are all important, what sort of curriculum is required, how many days the training program has to be conducted. Such sort of committees will be constituted. That I'm not able to show that slide. Actually, it's not going back. So we will make a committees, and they will develop what sort of course material we have to develop. Such sort of things will be developed. You can show that to them. Then afterwards, we will develop a training calendar. So now this is about the book. What are the training programs, how many days, what are the topics we are going to cover, and all those things we will develop like that. And then we will generate a training calendar. So this is, we are focusing areas of training is, yeah. This is the training calendar. Actually, recent one I'm displaying here. So in the annual itself, we will develop this training calendar. So this is our CMD has inaugurated the program for the young managers, where they have expressed that they are lacking with some competencies. On that, we have designed one training program that was inaugurated by our CMD and all our directors, you can see. And coming to the evaluation system, we have a very robust feedback system. One is reaction level, learning level, and behavior level. And reaction level is, we are at 88%. At learning level, we are at 73%. And for behavior level, we are at 80% level. And coming to the innovative practices, we are maintaining one knowledge management portal. As everybody has told, tacit knowledge, we are tapping, and anybody can, they can upload the K-chips. So, and whatever the K-chips will be, seen by the across the organization, and best K-chips will be given a cash award in each quarter. So this is coming to the Gyan Era e-learning portal. So during the COVID, many of them could not attend training programs. Even though we have conducted online training programs, we have developed Gyan Era portal. So all presentations we kept as per the topic wise in the Gyan Era portal. They can go through whatever the presentation they are using while teaching. They can see the content, they can see the presentation also in the Gyan Era portal. And this is one example I have given related to safety and health. All technical programs are also there. And during, now my colleague, Mr. Jagdev, will finish it off.
Good afternoon, all of you. It's a wonderful opportunity for me to present few slides. The COVID also could not stop or become a hurdle to the training process at RINL. 1 minute, please. During COVID-19 pandemic situation also could not become as a hurdle in the training process at RINL. We switched over from physical mode to online model, virtual model. And virtual mode, we conducted about 44 programs, managerial and technical sessions. And innovatively, we created a new program called Preventive Vigilance Program as per the CVC guidelines. And some of the programs you can see on the slide itself. And the benefits of the training is standardization of work practices, adherence to quality and safety, enhanced labor productivity, reduction of cycle times, improvement in techno-economic factors, improved availability of equipment, improvement in work culture. And some long-term impact or benefits of the training programs is training on SAP ERP is a long-term impact. They gives rise to faster business application processing, user-friendly and useful reports generation. And another one is training of digitalization. This gives rise to paperless office, cost saving, faster processing of the proposals, retrieval of information, and quick decision making. And another aspect is encouraging web learning. It's a highly motivated manpower updated with the latest trends in management and technology. And we conducted e-training classes by reputed institutes like MDI, CAI, CDAC, the strategic management, etc. This will also give rise to long-term impact and benefit, improved performance levels, and improvement in personal effectiveness, creativity, and innovation. Recently, sir, yeah, my time is over. Recently, sir, we had a very good opportunity to host the ISTD National Convention, sir. It went very well successfully. It also could become as a very good platform, learning platform to the participants and as well as to the RNL executives and workers. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you ever evaluate the impact in terms of profitability of those initiatives or trade?
As a profitability, ROI we couldn't do, sir, because we are running losses. Madam already told during the last year we could earn 835 crores, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Are you rated the success of KM portal?
Yes, sir, we are successful.
KM portal, how you measured it?
Success means, sir, actually, whenever this is a manufacturing sector, so today something has happened, tomorrow it doesn't mean that it will happen. So when that comes, for example, when that crisis comes, they will utilize that knowledge. It is not in regular in nature, no, sir. Steel sector is a manufacturing sector. That problem comes. Maybe after some time that problem comes. We don't know. This is a machine. So when that comes, it will be utilized. People will be enriched with that knowledge. Sir?
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I had one question.
Yeah, yes, madam.
You had 3 levels of changes, right? Reactionary.
Yeah, feedback system, sir.
So what did you measure? What was the output of it?
No, actually, whatever the usual thing is, classroom session will be there. After at the end, what is the feedback? That is a learning thing. And next one is some of the training programs, especially computer-based training. Before a training program, we give one questionnaire. And after the training program, the same questionnaire, they will be doing good. That is one thing. And next one is related to the skill. So we will take them for the training. That time we will evaluate. After 1 month, the candidate will not give the feedback. Their officer will give the feedback. Model, madam.
What test you have used this model?
No, exactly coming to the model, I am not aware, madam.
Because I wanted to know you have a feedback.
Yes.
You have the reason why you measured this feedback.
Yes.
Third level, we call it post-training evaluation, madam.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. It's Vanu and Mr. Ramakrishna. Yeah, up next are Western Coalfields Limited. The Western Coalfields is represented by Mr. Nitin Saxena, Mr. Shekhar, Mr. R. Shekhar, and Mr. Sriram Kumar. Right? Thank you. We have 2 online. Last physical. There will be 2 online.
Very warm good afternoon to all the members in the hall. We are Western Coalfields Limited, and I myself, Shekhar Raiprolu, along with Nitin Saxena and Sriram Kumar, are here to present on behalf of Western Coalfields Limited. We would like all of you to welcome to the world of coal, where at the outset I want to mention that coal industry is basically a hazardous 24/7, 365-day running, blue-collar, grassroots level, labor-intensive organization with majority of manpower with very low educational qualifications. So this is the context. And about Western Coalfields Limited, I would like to mention that we are a subsidiary of world's largest coal producer in the, which is Coal India Limited. We have operate at the western part of the coal belt. We have 55 mines spread across 10 operating areas in 5 districts of Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. And if you can see the map, we are located strategically at the central India, and we have consumers spread across 8 states. All the other coal fields are present on the eastern part of India. And our performance in financial year 21-22, our coal production is 57, dispatch is 64, are our highest ever coal established. And of our is around 1,200 crores, which is more than 250% growth year on year. And basically, I would like to talk, this whole presentation is based on this context, challenges that we face, HR challenges. And the manpower that we have at Western Coalfields Limited is around 35,000, and in which only 6% of them are executives. So that is around 2,000. So we have to manage, these 2,000 people have to manage the rest 94% of the executives, of the non-executives. And sometimes the situation is such a way that a particular management trainee who joins our organization at the very beginning itself, he would be posted at a mine where he had to manage at least 500 to 1,000 manpower, who are entirely based on his leadership. So the training of our manpower is such an important aspect in terms of the challenges that they face at the ground level. And secondly, we are bound with our policies, that is our R&R policy and our compassionate employment policy, where we had to take new employees at the very lowest level, that is category 1 level. And at the same time, we have another challenge that most of the critical designations, like our HEMM operators, the heavy earth moving machinery operators, the foremen, the mining staff, these are the technical manpower, and most of them are retiring in the next 2-3 years. This is a forecast that we have made, and in next 3 years, around 12,000 category 1 employees will be joining. Category 1 employees would be from 10th class to MBA. We can take any qualification under category 1. And around more than 6,000 people of highly critical designations are retiring. So this is again a biggest manpower challenge, and this can be only bridged through training. So this was our entire focus in our training strategy. So I will talk about the training ecosystem. At the apex, we have an Indian Institute of Coal Management. As I already said, we are a subsidiary of Coal India. So the ISCM is managed by Coal India. In the middle, we have our own 4 institutes: Management Development Institute, Nagpur, at Nagpur, HEMMTI, the Heavy Earth Moving Machinery Training Institute at Chandrapur, Supervisory Training Institute at Chindwada, Madhya Pradesh, and a Workers Training Institute, Wardha in Maharashtra. So these are the 4 core institutes that develop our core training programs, technical training programs. And also we have 11 vocational training centers at the grassroots level, which provide refresher and initial trainings to the employees. Apart from this training structure for employees, we also have a training ecosystem for CSR, through CSR. We have set up 2 exclusive skill development centers, one in Maharashtra at Nagpur and one in Madhya Pradesh at Chindwada. The purpose of these centers is to train rural youth, about which we'll talk later. And also the tools that we use in our training ecosystem, apart from our internal training institute that we have, we also have outside training institute trainings with our premium Institute of Excellence like IIM and XLRI. We have developed our own e-library, which has a repository of all the technical and managerial literature. We have an executive training monitoring system where the entire training procedures are tracked for all the executives. And also our performance management system, the rating system, has an inbuilt training needs analysis tool, so that the training needs of the employees are captured directly within the performance management system every year. And a part of the training ecosystem, I don't want to talk about the entire training that we do. So this is the gist of the training plan for financial year 2021. So I'm not going to go through the details because it's not relevant to the presentation. And the achievements in 2021 are, as you can see, we have more than 1 lakh man days with around 16,000 participants. And coming to the innovative training practices, again, I am not going to talk about all the training program that we do because that is not relevant to the scope of this presentation. We are only talking about the innovative training practice that we have introduced in 2021. And for 2021, I have to give you a context. We have our CMD, Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Mishra, had conceptualized a program called Mission WCL 2.0, which ended in 2019-20. The purpose of Mission 2.0 was to ensure that our company reaches the level which it had in past. That is, in 2009, WCL has achieved its peak production, coal production of 45 million tons. And from then, they started a downward trend. And in 2014, our production was down to 39 million tons. There was a drop of almost 6 million ton in a gap of 5 years. So we had at 2014-15, we had a challenge to reach the levels that we already had. So by 2019-20, we have achieved our past glory. And in 2021, we had to plan for our future. So we started a mission called Mission 100 Days, where we had to revamp our entire structures. So as a part of that Mission 100 Days program, our CMD has sat with the HRD training department, and he has completely transformed and brought about a new training methodology or training strategies in HRD. So one of the first strategy is to start an induction training program for newly recruited employees, not executives, because an executive induction program is already there, for non-executives as well. So we have designed a 30-day elaborate induction program for non-executive employees, which are the core of our manpower. And this 30-day induction program includes both theoretical and practical aspects, and there is on-field experience as well. Also, before even they are going through this induction program, there will also be a counseling session, a one-on-one personal interaction with the employees, where they are deployed as per the qualification. As I already said, category 1 employees are maximum manpower, maximum intake happens. And though they are from different qualifications, right from 10th class to MBA, we sit with them, we have a one-to-one interaction, and based on their qualification, we try to accommodate them in a right job. Also, we have conducted in 2021, as part of this Mission 100 Days program, we conducted workshops for category 1 workers to ensure that they are gainfully utilized. Even after our counseling programs, there were some gaps, and we identified those gaps. We called workshops to category 1 employees who had engineering and MBA qualifications. We called them for a workshop. We had group discussions, we had personal interviews, we had psychometric tests, and finally, we have deployed certain manpower in a in their job roles as per the qualification. Also, we also have a future leader program. Up to 2019, we had a program called Gen Next, and in 2021, as part of this Mission 100 Days program, we started a future leader program. Again, they also followed a similar pattern of one-to-one interactions with each middle level executives and grooming them to become future leaders. Also, as part of COVID-19, we had most of our trainings on a virtual platform. And also, talking about the skill development training under CSR, up to 2019, we had a certain strategy where we were focusing on self-employment training of the under CSR. So basically, our target group, as you can see on the left side, target group of skill development training under CSR are project affected persons of WCL for mine projects. Second, unemployed youth within our command area, that is 25 kilometers radius of our mines, and also unemployed youth outside our command area. These are the priorities of which we select beneficiaries for our skill development. So our traditional approach was to give them training on self-employment through mobile repairing, beautician course, organic farming. This was our approach. In 2021, we have slightly shifted our strategy, and we piloted with a project of placement-based trainings. We started with CPET, Central Institute of Petrochemical Engineering and Technology, and they provided machine operating and plastic processing technology training to the rural youth. And with this, we had a clause in an MOU that they should get 80% of them should get placement. So this was successful, and this was continued for 2 years. And now in 22-23, we have inked MOUs with 3 other organizations: CII, FDDI, Ashok Leyland Institute, and Apparel Training Design Center. All of them are placement-based training systems, where at least 80% of them should be placed as per the MOU. And our training budget also for under CSR has drastically increased in 22-23, but seeds for this were laid in 2021. And talking about impact, though the impact cannot directly be quantified, because all our training exercises were seeds that were laid in 2022, 2021, and the impact was to be reached in a long time. So we have achieved a remarkable turnaround in last 8 years, if you can see. And during the COVID period, we have opened 3 mines virtually. And we are the first coal company to diversify into non-coal sectors. We also achieved our highest coal production and dispatch in 2020, starting from 2021. And as I already said, we have a 82% placement record in our skill development and CSR. So thanks a lot.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Nitin, Sri Ram Kumar, and Mr. Sekhar. Next up, we have online presentation by L&T. Could L&T be ready? L&T, Dr. Rajiv Sinha and Mr. Rohan Pachpore. L&T, can you hear us? All right. You are muted, I think. Please unmute yourselves. थोड़ा वॉल्यूम एडजस्ट करिएगा इनका. They're not able to unmute themselves. Make them admins, I think. Host बना दीजिए. Yeah.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yeah, you are. Okay, right.
Okay, I hope my screen is also visible. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah. So please let me know when to start.
Yeah, please start. Please start.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. And our topic for the presentation is lockdown and beyond the L&D landscape. And we have with me Dr. Rajiv Sinha, who heads the business excellence at corporate HR, Larsen & Toubro, and myself, Rohan Pachpore, assistant manager, corporate HR at Larsen & Toubro. About L&T, L&T is the India's largest engineering and construction company with interests in EPC projects, high-tech manufacturing and services. It has a diverse workforce over 40 countries worldwide, and it is a 80-year-old company. And as mentioned in our vision statement, our focus is on innovation and continuous learning. As you can see, our learning ecosystem archetype is focused on technical leadership, business leadership, and project leadership. So along with this, we also have e-learning platform called ATL Next and a Center of Excellence for Improvement Initiative. you can see a special focus over here on 7-step leadership, where in the 7th step, our top management, including group chairman and the CEO, actually mentors the people who shortlist into this step. We not only have mentorship by our senior management, but also have the involvement of senior management in various of these steps, as mentioned. We also have the intervention of our senior management in our basically the training, designing, and the structuring of the program. For instance, one of our program called Leadership Finance by Chicago Booth was actually our CFO was actually involved in designing and the structuring of that program. We have a huge infrastructure in L&T, Leadership Development Academy we have at Lonavala. Nowadays, we talk about whiteboards and all. I would like to specially mention that in this Leadership Development Academy, we have developed a teleconferencing room where a coach or trainer can actually connect with various locations using motion sensing cameras, using the whiteboards and whatnot. We also have Planet at L&T at Powai, where it is a kind of a digital room which will give you a glance of entire L&T offerings. So we use this for our new joinees who join L&T, especially GETs. We have Corporate Technology and Engineering Academy for technical needs at Mysore and Mud. We have Institute of Project Management at Chennai and Vadodara. We have Safety Innovation School at Kanchipuram and Hazira. We have a special IoT lab at our CTEA Mud. We also have Construction Skills Training Institute. We have such 9 institutes across India. We have specially designed this railway station. It is a competency development center. You can see this railway station is of 1.5 kilometers, and it actually gives a glance of the entire railway business elements to the new joinees who join this business. We have Tunneling Excellence Academy at Coimbatore, and you can see a glimpse of the tunneling boring machine as well as the Excellence Academy here. When it comes to e-learning, we believe in tying up with the specialized vendors. So we have a distributed learning model where we have 11 learning platforms catering to different needs, whether it is LMS, LXP, whether it is quizzing platform, whether it is communication-based program, whether it is simulation, technical offering, e-library. We have almost everything in our bucket. Since we are especially focusing on financial year 2021, we all know we witnessed a pandemic. So during pre-COVID, our focus was majorly on classroom, where 80% of our needs were catering through classroom, where we had a focus on 7-step leadership, the leadership development programs, and only rest 20% were on online learning, where it was online learning was more like a supportive learning, which was for only used where elaborative learning was required, like for health and safety, for finance management, like that. So our online platforms were, developed to cater only 5K concurrent learners that time, and it was having only 6 learning systems that time. Post-COVID, in just April 2020, we witnessed a 16% jump in e-learning usage, and our focus was needed on e-learning. We were forced to shift our focus from classroom to online. And thus we identified the training needs, and based on those training needs, we identified the thrust areas as mentioned over here: high online content usage, engaging pedagogy, and sustaining virtual learning. And based on these thrust areas, we identified the initiatives. I will be elaborating these initiatives in my further slides. 16 times usage in just 1 month, April, we witnessed during COVID. And we were forced to think a solution because our system got collapsed. System was earlier, developed to only handle 5K concurrent users. So we had to increase our server. We had to, increase the bandwidth. Parallelly, we made more LMS available, and we reinstalled our online offering to our learners. And we, you can see a huge usage, around 16 times more usage our learners could do during this lockdown. We were also, thinking of finding out the engaging methodologies, because online learning was becoming more monotonous. So we introduced Coach Vani. Coach Vani is a communication-based program targeted towards thinking, articulation, accuracy, and presence. Unlike any classroom communication program where, learners, we can only cater to a limited learners. through this Coachwani, as it is a unique human plus tech model, a pool of learners could connect with a mass actually. In our case, around 20 coaches could connect with 500 learners. ATL Bizathon, which is a business simulation marathon. And this is, there was we felt a need to, cater to inculcate action-based learning into our L&T, and thus we introduced this business simulation marathon. And not only in this marathon, but we introduced around 65 flow games during this time for our L&T. Since people were not able to go to library, we introduced e-library, where 60,000 ebooks were made available through EBSCO host. Not only ebooks, even journals, reports, and all of those text databases were made available. People were not able to go to a physical classroom training, so we introduced Coursera, where our employees could do online learning through universities and were getting certified. Now, sustaining the virtual learning was a challenge. So we introduced journey programs where we blended our online learning with webinars, simulations, and we made it available across levels, right from GT till manager. We introduced digital session where people, connected online on a VILT mode, virtual mode, and, they did a learning together. And at the end, a subject matter expert summarized the entire learning. We called it as a new age learning. We introduced Rappel, which is a quizzing platform and focusing on reinforcement and reinforcement and the mastering of the topic, basically. Through a spaced learning methodology, it ensured that the learner master the topic through a spaced learning approach. So then we also introduced a individual development plan in the performance management system, where people were able to select the online courses through their PMS only. We called it as a My Zone. During COVID, we virtualized almost everything, all our programs. Not only we used whiteboards, and to make those trainings, effective and engaging, we not only used whiteboards and the polls and the post-training tests and what Mentimeters, almost everything we used. But the point I want to emphasize is that we were the first Indian company to go virtual with NABOSH and the VMF, Value Engineering Certification, which was through SAVE International. We talk about gamification.
2 minutes left. 2 minutes
sure.
left.
We talk about gamification, so we thought of going beyond badges and the leaderboard. Badges and leaderboard definitely we have on our online platforms. We thought of going beyond that, so we made 2x2 matrix available to our HR fraternities who are at businesses. L&T being conglomerate, we have a number of businesses, and we thought of making this 2x2 matrix in-house available to our people. So you can see we identified 2 parameters: average hours per learner and percentage of learners, and how this 2x2 matrix actually helped our HR fraternity to draw relevant training intervention. You can see green is the most desirable quadrant, and the red is the most undesirable. So the businesses in red and amber were targeting to onboard new learners. However, the business in blue zone were targeting to move to the green. We also introduced individual learning matrix, which was focusing on depth and width, retention and recall, and educate and share, and it was competency based. Now I would call upon Dr. Rajiv to explain the business impact.
Thank you, Rohan. So just because time is short, so just to add on this, that we use, as you have seen, that there is a plethora of initiatives we have introduced during the period. And so the measuring the learning effectiveness, and we are also measuring the learning effectiveness and its impact in multiple ways. As because in the vastness of the offering actually is not allowing us to, we cannot measure it with the help of single metrics. So for the want of time, I am showing few of this. Like on the screen, you will see that what kind of learning hours we are achieving. So like more than 5 lakh hours or learning hours has been achieved, and almost 80% of the employee covered in one or more training program, clocking average 11.2 hours of learning. Practically, we can say that we are touching each and entire organization. Actually, 80% is as good as covering the entire organization. At the below bottom side, right side, you are seeing that even the blue collar employee, that data is coming from the CSTI, Construction Skill Training Institute, And if you see that almost 70% of those people who have got trained through the CSTI, they got absorbed in one or more projects actually in pre-pandemic time. And even in the difficult time of the pandemic, we almost still 50% got placed at different project sites. Just next slide, Rohan. This is the last slide. So if I say the big picture, because as I said, the time is less. So what is the basically finally business outcome we are getting out of the training? If you see the data actually, the ask of any L&D is to provide right kind of talent pool who are ready to take the challenges of business and deliver results. That is the ultimate aim of any L&D. And if you see the numbers, 8 out of the current composition of the executive committee, 8 members out of 9 members have gone through this leadership training program. 80% of GM and EVA positions are filled by internal candidates, which shows the robustness of the pipeline of the capable leaders are available. If you see the high pot identification, more than 18,000 people has been as employee got assessed, and 200 plus finally got selected, 2,000 plus finally got selected, and they moved into the pipeline. And at the last one, the one which we all take very proud is that action learning programs are part of almost all the high value training program. And this is one of the example actually is that in one of the business, which is the water and effluent treatment. This was actually the part of the idea was generated during one of the action learning project. And now that business is almost 20,000 crore plus business we have today. So that is the kind of actually business impact all the learning and development initiatives are putting into the system. So I will close this with that L&T always takes a pride in developing its employees, and our tagline, if those who have associated with L&T at all time, they know that the tagline used to be that the people, the prime mover. That was our tagline. So I think this is the last slide. So next slide. So thank you, and we are open for any question.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Raju, can you hear me?
Sir, I think your voice is coming very feeble.
So nothing else is that I have covered the slides. I think voice was not clear. Last slide.
No, Rajiv sir, actually jury is asking the question, but the voice is coming very feeble.
Hello, can you get me now?
Yes,
sir, we can hear you now.
Okay. How did you measure that this 20,000 revenue was impact of the training?
Yeah, because that 20,000 is the current business. That was the action learning project of one of our step 2 employee. When someone was in the step 2 LDP program, he was going through, and then he has identified one action learning project. So he has given that idea, and he has nurtured that idea that L&T should go into this water and effluent treatment business. That is not a traditional construction business. If you see that, L&T is always in the construction side and the engineering side.
Other than that, did you find any other significant ROI benefit or the bottom line benefit?
ROI benefit is basically we measure in terms of for the few skill-based training actually only, where we can put actually the numbers pre and post kind of thing. Not all the training program that ROI can be. We are not measuring actually because it is very difficult to actually draw that correlation between that exact, especially the behavioral based training and the outcome. It is difficult to correlate. But on the skill side training or the directly job related training, actually there we see that how much the productivity is improved. Suppose the engineering side, if I go to the EDRC, means our engineering center. So someone is going through the BEAM Academy and then he knows that how 3D modeling and other things. So how much his productivity is improved. So those kind of a skill for those actually ROI in terms of the productivity we measures what I am trying to say.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv and Mr. Rohan. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
sir.
Jury members.
Thanks to all jury members. Thank you.
We have our next online presentation by Rishabh Software Private Limited, Mr. Karndip Shah and Mrs. Aparna. Rishabh Software, are you online? Can you hear me? Mr. Karndip Shah and Mrs. Aparna, Rishabh Software, are you online? There. Yeah. McKinsey. Okay. McKinsey, are you ready? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So till Rishabh Software, they come online, I would invite McKinsey, Dr. Advitya, to make the presentation.
हो गया कौन सा
Hello, Rishabh team is available. Can you speak? Team Rishabh.
Sir, I think you have made me the co-host, but then Aparna madam is trying. I mean, Aparna is at a different location. She's, yeah, Aparna single.
Just a second. And it is done now?
Yeah, now she's the co-host. Yes.
Is the
yes.
co-host? She can?
Yeah, she's the co-host. Yes.
Okay, you can start now.
Yeah, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Hello?
Yeah, please start, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Allow me a minute to share the screen, please. Can you confirm in case if the screen is visible?
Yeah. No, yours. Are you sharing something?
Yes.
That's not visible.
Oh, all right. Just give me one more second.
All
Is
right.
it now visible?
Screen is visible now. Yes.
All
You
right.
can go ahead.
Thank you. Sure. So first, I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate ISTD on the completion of 31 successful years. Further, thank you for the opportunity to present in the National Awards for Innovative Training Practices. Moving forward, we are Rishabh Software, where our philosophy for talent development is success for all. And today we're going to present it's Kandarp Shah and me, Aparna Shah Singhal. Due to an exigency, Kandarp Shah was not available today. So kindly excuse that and I will take it up for both of us. Thank you. Moving to the agenda for today, we're just going to go through a certain highlights of who we are, what are the objectives, our vision, mission, and strategy, the learning ecosystem for talent development, and innovative practices. Rishabh Software, we in the year 2021, we've achieved 10 plus awards. We have 4 business divisions, 700 plus employees, and around 1400 plus projects completed. Along with that, we are a CMMI and ISO ISMS certified operating in these continents. Our founding family philosophy, we are committed to clients, society, and ethics. Our main tagline is taking care of our clients, and that has ensured 90 plus client retention in the year 2021. Moving to talent development, we have certain highlights here. In terms of the business achievements ensuring talent development. The matrix that we could achieve for the year 2021, we ensured 72 learning hours per individual per Rishabhite in the year. On a monthly basis, we had 60%, more than 60% of the entire workforce under training, some or the other training in some form, focusing on certain skills. The feedback has always been 4 out of 5. And we also ensured certain external certifications, which are by the OEM experts, by the organization, that are funded or reimbursed by the organization. Our mission is always to have Rishabh being known for its talent development and OD-driven initiatives, and in that, ensure that the organization and the business is supported. The mission is to establish, the mission for the training team or the talent development team is to establish high value programs which create a definite skill approach and buying from the employees in the organization, and also to develop an integrated and a comprehensive learning ecosystem wherein it's not only the training team that is driving it, but the entire organization headed by the business and the leaders. The strategy that we focus on is an annual training plan. This is a very generic annual training plan, which is usually usually executed for all the employees having annual needs. The second is a role-based upskill, which is focused on leadership, starting from foundation for new leaders to senior leadership. We have certain talent development initiatives which are unique for the business divisions. And also we have certain initiatives which come as ad hoc because of the VUCA world that we live in. So as I mentioned, the role-based upskill. So we have certain programs which we've identified as NEEV, the foundation building program for level 4 in the organizational hierarchy, Lakshya for level 3, Sankalp, which is level 2, and Udan for level 1 managers, which further moves to senior leadership, where we have also mentioned the coverage of 70 to 50, 40, 20, and 10. This ends at the senior most leadership, where we have the C-suite. The next is the Global Culture Initiative. We believe that in spite of us being a software driven company, having its business in India, all our clients are from different countries and continents, which have different cultures to follow. And as much as we are proud of ours, they are proud of theirs. And it's very essential to understand what are the different cultural taboos, what to say, what not to say, to ensure a good relationship and a rapport building for our clients. So we ensure that the leaders in the organization, as well as certain sales team, they go through these initiatives to ensure that they know whom they're talking to. We also have the similar initiative, which is Tech for Non-Tech, wherein we ensure that everyone in the organization is abreast with what technology does the organization focus and we deal with, so that people in the organization understand the business they're working for. The coverage here for that year 2021 has been 50 plus. The next initiative, which we find very innovative, is we develop a learning path which is unique with reference to its industry standards. So taking an example of the software company, here we have something which ensures that it is evolved around in and around with the industry that we live in. There was a time in the say early 2000 that a very niche skill or a single skill was appreciated and sought for in the industry by the businesses. But as we moved 5 years from then, they started understanding that a single skill in one person is not going to serve the business right, and they started ensuring back-end and front-end skills. Then came a time where they included the third skill of having back-end, front-end, and database, and now we are in an industry which ensures having people working for them who have multi-skills, 4 stacks, full stack people who ensure back-end, front-end, database, cloud, people skills, everything in one. And so we have built this learning path, which is evolved along with the industry, which ensures the base tech stack upskill, the second or the third specialized skill upskill, and along with that soft skills and communications, because as far as the technical or say the IT industry works, we understand that 80% of the time, the duration of the work hours, the employee works with a system which has a definite input to a definite output. But when we move to the next 20%, which is dealing with people, and as it goes increasing, while the person moves from, say, an individual contributor to a leadership role, the attention that is required on people skills is very high, because you don't have a definite input and you definitely don't have a definite output with while you're dealing with people. So that ensures the importance and our very specific focus on this initiative. And for the year 2021, we had 100 plus coverage with our strength of 700 for this initiative. Moving on, focusing on a learning ecosystem. Here we are not much different, because this is a very specific process that is followed by almost all CMMI certified organizations, which is we build a strategic training plan which is in line with the business, the annual training plan in line with people. The training calendar is for us, the talent development team, and which ensures further operational plan where the learning all begins. And here we follow a specific process to assess people, to train them, to evaluate the training, which is the immediate assessment, implementation of those skills during projects and on floor, and then post that a 3 to 6 months of effectiveness on floor, feedback by the project managers, the team leads, and at times even the clients.
You have 2 more minutes.
Sure, thank you so much for the heads up. Moving to the innovative practice. So this was something that we had pre-COVID era, I'd say, but I'm specifying it here because we moved to a post-COVID era and we tried our best to implement something similar. So we have something which is, we have named it as an L&D day or a learning development day, wherein the practice is defined as we have 1 day in a month, which is usually the first Saturday of the month, wherein we focus only on learning. So it's all 700 people in the organization coming to office, enjoying their time with their co-workers, not talking about work, but only learning. Learning, it could be any skills, even if with reference to projects, technical, soft skills, communication skills, or even learning who they are working with as people in hybrid teams. This was a practice, and then how we moved it to the post-COVID-19 era. That is in 2021, we moved it to e-learning, wherein we have a very popular online platform, rather multiple platforms, wherein we have created specific learning paths for different skills. The technical skills, I've mentioned the numbers here to just ensure that the focus is here again main in line with the business, which is the technical skills. This includes IT, engineering, services, both communication skills and soft skills and behavioral skills as well. The second innovative practice is our Learn at Rise. This is a skill enhancement program, which is a Rishabh integrated skill enhancement program, as a part of a CSR activity. Here we ensure that every individual who has not been placed in campus by the universities, we take them in this program. It is a 5 to 6 months of program. We give them specific learning paths. We train them, give them all the facilities in the organization. So before COVID, we utilized our training rooms here. We have about 6 training rooms.
Time is up.
Just give me 1 more minute, please. I just have 2 slides to go. The ROI of this program was calculated with reference to the number of placements that we received. So the first batch, the January batch in 2021 had a placement which ended in July, had a placement of 91%, and in June, which ended in December, had a placement of 94%. The other innovative practice was extended reach. We went out to our to the family members of Rishabhites during this hour, the pandemic hour, and we gave them an opportunity to enroll themselves in English language and communication skills, everybody within the home. So just an opportunity to talk to people and learn something new. So this was the response that we received, child, spouse, and other people that they nominated. Certain challenges that we always face, nothing much with reference to very specific, but continuous technology upgradations, online and blended learning, the time away for learning from business, and coping with the continuous building future workforce. The last is to be innovative is our constant endeavor, and we always try and answer these questions with reference to what, how, who, why, and where that we can do to ensure to be innovative in everything that we ensure as a part of talent development team. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'm up for questions.
Right. Thank you, Mrs. Aparna. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. May I now call upon McKinsey, Dr. Advaitya. Okay. All right. In attendance. All right.
वेबसाइट इसमें कैसे करनी है एक ही वाला है कौन सी वाली वेबसाइट है
people are watching at us. Be fast. You know, we see, watch. So you need to, you and I, we are, but watch. You and I, we are.
watch.
Or you would find it. And I, that's the rules. Click up.
This one?
That's it. It doesn't show. And then we're going to
क्लोज करनी पड़ेगी तो एक साथ में ले चलता है
अच्छा
हाँ ये सर आपको बता
doesn't show.
प्रेजेंटेशन खोलिए मैं आपकी क्योंकि वेबसाइट अभी एक साथ नहीं होती है
Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Aditya Kamberia, and I work for United Nations in the Training and Research Division with them. And the nomination is given by the Cabinet Ministry of the nation. Whosoever is shortlisted there, the nomination goes from the Cabinet Ministry always. So my reporting was, now I'm sabbatical, my reporting was to the Chief Secretary of the Education Ministry of India. So I used to work for Education Ministry, representing the nation in United Nations, but we have to work as a member of the United Nations. We have to work there and give our services as well. Very less people, if you see in the list, like only 8 nations are there, and we work as the executive director there, and we report to the Chief Secretary General of United Nations there. So that's the introduction, and we have more than 370,000 courses for different nations, which are inbuilt. However we design the courses, and Mercer, McKinsey, or Deloitte, PwC, they work with us on certain courses, small courses, which we assign to them. Otherwise, they don't. And if you feel like doing it, only then we give it to them. Now, I'll just give you one more introduction. The United Nations UNITAR is developing one compulsorily, like its non-negotiable model that every nation by 2030, they have to have a tattoo. Every employee or every citizen of the nation, they have to have a tattoo. And that tattoo will have a radium, which will work at night. And the watch will be given to you, which will have a radium. However, the tattoo will have a solar system. It will get charged by that. Button dabaya, yahi mera PAN card. Button dabaya, yahi mera license. Button dabaya, yahi mera visa. Button dabaya, yahi mera bank account system. Button dabaya, yahi mera learning. Which organization I worked. कब मेरा जन्म हुआ, यही मेरा बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट, यही मेरा डेथ सर्टिफिकेट, अगर गए तो आपके साथ जाएगा वो भी. So tattoo is your identity, and that's a compulsorily part being given by 2030. Every nation, whosoever is the member of the United Nations, has to have that tattoo done on the citizens of the nations, which is there. And that data is given to the cabinet ministries as well. That data, entire data, everybody can share everybody's data there as well. So that's there. That's the intervention which we are working on. Or training किसे सीखनी है, button दबाया, this becomes my screen through the virtual reality, augmented reality, which is obsolete there, and it's not been introduced in India till now. अभी तो वहाँ पे हमने obsolete कर दिया उसको, virtual reality and augmented reality को, but we are coming up with the robotic systems. This becomes my screen, this becomes my keyboard, हो गया काम. This becomes a TV, watch the movie, learn, or do whatever you want. Every OTT will be embedded in that. Every web series will be embedded in that. So everything will be one. the entire world is going to be one, and you don't need to pay for the same as well. So that's there. Now we'll start with the presentation. So that's the introduction. No, I'm just telling you what is the intervention which we are designing and working on. So I'm coming back to the now. We take the contract from the organizations as well when they request us. Dr. Dabas was in Afghanistan, and he got trained for 2 years there, and he spent there for 2 years, and United Nations trained him and a lot of people when he was there, Afghanistan mein. 5 to 7. So Internama is one organization, which is an Indian organization. It's an MNC. So what they did is they came to us and we designed the learning intervention now. I'm coming back to now one organization, how we design, what we do. We follow 5 level of Kirkpatrick method. We do not follow 4 levels. There are 5 levels which we follow. I'll introduce that to you as well. I'm coming only to the Internama part. I'm only talking about Internama right now. First thing, what we do is the culture analysis of a nation. That's very important. Somebody has spoke about culture analysis as well. Culture analysis of the nation and the culture analysis of a particular state, where the organization is there. Jahan wo hai. It starts with this and then move to the fiscal objectives, the mission, vision, and all the strategies. And it helps us to find out the need of the interventions which we design. Now, when we started, why I'm talking about culture analysis, when we started, Azadi ke baad, India ke context mein baat kar raha hu, it started with industrial revolution. Roti, kapda, makan ki need zyada thi. Technical trainings deni zyada zaruri thi. Because satta abhi unke haath mein aayi thi, jo andolan karte the. और आंदोलनकारी पैसे वाले नहीं थे. Corruption बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया. People started taking money for everything. Industrial revolution. Then came 91. IT revolution आ गया. Needs बदल गई. इंसानों की needs बदल चुकी है. ZTV आ गया. TV में चित्रहार आने शुरू हो गए शुक्रवार को. Then IT revolution आया. उसके बाद needs बदल चुकी है सभी की. उसके बाद आया digital revolution जो अभी चल रहा है. लेकिन 2019 में जब pandemic आया, no more digital revolution now. I want to ask you a question. कौन सा revolution आ चुका? इंडस्ट्री 4 तो हो गया, खत्म हो चुका. अब तो इंडस्ट्री 6 आ गया. नहीं, मतलब वो कौन सा रेवोल्यूशन आ गया सर? अभी रेवोल्यूशन कौन सा है? मतलब ह्यूमन बींग्स की नीड क्या है अभी? चला गया वो रोबोटिक्स भी. इंडिया में आ जाएगा, चला गया. लेकिन that comes in digital revolution. I just traveled in the metro for the first time yesterday. और मैं सुन रहा था लोगों की पीस ऑफ माइंड नहीं था अंदर, तमीज नहीं था को बात करने की. पीपल आर टॉकिंग लाइक दैट. एवरीबडी इज ओपन इन सोशल मीडिया. यू कैन गो राइट एनीथिंग अबाउट द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द नेशन एज वेल. यू कैन सी दैट. गालियां भी लोग लिख देते हैं. एवरीथिंग. यू हैव अ पॉकेट एंड इन द पॉकेट यू हैव अ टीवी. यू हैव योरसेल्फ इन द पॉकेट. आप बैठे होंगे कहीं पे लगे होते हैं. यू डोंट टॉक टू द ह्यूमन बीइंग नाउ एंड देयर इज नो नीड एज वेल. क्यों? क्योंकि जब पैंडेमिक था ना, उसी ने आपका साथ दिया था. इंसानों ने साथ नहीं दिया था उस समय. इंसान तो अपने आप को छुपा रहे थे. नहीं, अब आ गया सोशल रेवोल्यूशन. नाउ द नीड इज सोशल रेवोल्यूशन. एवरीथिंग इज गोइंग टू बी सोशल. सोशल मीडिया आ चुका. द नीड इज ह्यूमन बीइंग्स की नीड पहले ज्यादा है. पहले रोटी कपड़ा मकान में उसको सैलरी नहीं मिलती थी. ही वाज लाइक क्राइंग. अभी सैलरी ना दोगे, रोटी कपड़ा मकान के बाद ताले की नीड आई. आईटी रेवोल्यूशन में ताला लगाना जरूरी है. सिक्योरिटी नीड ज्यादा है. आईटी के बाद आया जी मुझे इज्जत दो, मान दो, सम्मान दो. साथ में अभी मान सम्मान. इफ यू सी द क्लोथ्स बीइंग worn by the people in the society, भाड़ में गए देखने वाले. I will only ढकोफाई my son and that's it. That's my life. ये कल्चर आ चुका. And people are not bothered about others, emotions, feelings. उसी की नीड ज्यादा आ रही है. They need the trainings on love. They need the trainings on care. They need the trainings on wellness. They need the trainings on behavioral part, not the behavioral part, but the thinking part, the cognition. सोच में है. क्योंकि कल्चर इतना ज्यादा बदल चुका है. और 2019 के बाद हुआ है कि लोगों को अब अगर वो बदतमीजी करे तो he can slap even the person is 70 years old or 80 years old. He doesn't bother now because age is no more criteria of respect now. आप इतने ज्यादा समाज में ऊपर लेवल पे हैं. That is the criteria now. तो रेवोल्यूशन को देखते हुए हमारी नीड्स आती हैं कि रेवोल्यूशन कौन सा चल रहा है. Now we'll start with the learning framework of Indorama. We have got 4 quadrants there. Training for all means non-negotiable training. Person has to have training. Complete the training, even if COVID-19 or whatever, you have to complete the training. And we have these systems for the same as well. I'll show you something. and he has to complete the training. Then level 1 reaction वहीं पर check हो जाता है उसका. I'll show you that how it happens. Then level 2, the senior person, like the manager or a team leader, has to give the feedback after 30 days. Level 3, the colleagues have to give the feedback. If they don't give the feedback, there are some systems, there are some warning letters being issued to the person as well. That's non-negotiable training.
2
And
minutes
4 level,
left.
5 level. Remedial training, you know, and then development training, you know. And now comes the new interventions. So I'm only talking about new interventions, which is we applied in the same as well. First was into our core values. In the core values, I'm not explaining that now, which is there. So there was a part which we defined the core values, and we moved ahead with the training of the core values, Gyan Dena, and it's there on the website as well. However, we started with this, my inspiring workplace. That was the first intervention, the innovative intervention which we started with. We launched the calendar. उनको जैसे सितंबर के कैलेंडर में उनको एक टास्क तो जरूर करना है. That task was free up time in your diary, cancelling all the necessary items, and they have to go to your system कि आपने क्या free किया है. Every month they used to have a calendar doing the task, and they, in the end of the day, the employees have to go to the LMS system. They have to do that every month. And it was focusing on my inspiring workplace. This is one innovation which we applied in the system. Second was the competency redesign, because competencies are got changed now. Competencies ko redesign kiya gaya. Then we started with all those things like it's not moving ahead. We followed the system, the top-down approach, and then middle approach, and culture approach, and all those things. And then we started with this. We came up with the proficiency level. The proficiency level of ऊपर के जो level पे बैठे हैं could be the same for something. For example, communication. जो ऊपर के level पे बैठे हैं, एक CEO की जो एक prime responsibility है, एक CFO. Now you have a vice president finance and you have a CFO. Both are finance head. Both are finance head in many of the organizations. दोनों की लेकिन competency requirements change है. For example, a minister sitting there and the chief secretary of the minister sitting there, दोनों एक ही level पे हैं. दोनों काम भी एक है, लेकिन एक का काम है सिर्फ और सिर्फ पॉलिसीज को बताना, विजनरी अप्रोच रखना. अगर कोई मर भी रहा है ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, अरे उसको पे करके खत्म करो. He does not have the values or he does not have the emotions, because उसका सिर्फ ये काम करेगा. Second head of the finance division या किसी भी फंक्शन का, उसका ये काम करेगा, गले से लेकर नीचे का भाग. He has to work with the people, with the hands and legs. Managers कंधा, हाथ employees or pair employees. So these are the kind of competency framework, and the proficiency level get defined with the same. So that's the second intervention or innovation which we applied. Think of the competencies which are needed by a particular division. Even the role is same, but the competencies could be different. And accordingly, we started with the competency enhancement program, which I'm not going to explain now. The knowledge fair. This is the third intervention, 5 days intervention. It starts with the HOD. He shares the particular knowledge of his function, what have they done, and it's online. And then human department, human resource department, human leadership department, you name the department as, they come on day 1, day 2, day 3, and they start. Then comes the we call the people from the college and invite them to have the session. So you can see there are some games we play, there are some dramas we do, and this is for 5 days. That's one intervention which we did that. And this is the framework which we designed. The training programs are being mentioned. What are the modules they can go ahead with, how artificial intelligence can help them, and how all these things can help them. Now I'll give you one show of an example. Like there is a module called Doing Business Ethically. It was needed in Africa compulsorily because it's a very corrupt nation. And I was based in Nigeria before getting placed over here, before coming back, before taking sabbatical. The reason of me taking sabbatical is I lost my entire family in the second wave. Only my mother and I are left. And my son is no more, my father is no more, my daughter is no more, my wife is no more. And they died in the second wave. And no one could save them. So I had to come back, and I took sabbatical for 5 years. I'm not working now. I'm going to the ministry. I meet them, but I don't work there. I'll join them after 5 years. That's there. So that's the model, Doing Business Ethically. These are the objectives, which is there to promote the policy. Now, policies are being shared in the form of paper with the employees. They don't read. उनको समझ भी नहीं आता. Policies need to be converted in the visual part. अगर आप HR की policies को visual में नहीं convert कर रहे, sorry, आपने सिर्फ paper पे लिख के रख दी, आपको खुद को नहीं पता होंगी अगर मैं पूछूं. पूछ लो अपने आप से, पता नहीं होंगी आप अपनी policies HR के लोगों को भी. So everything needs to be visualized. And what is the bribery for the organization? विजुअल फॉर्म में पूरा का पूरा, क्योंकि ब्राइबरी हर जगह है। एंड ग्लोबल रेगुलेशंस में क्या क्या आया विजुअल फॉर्म में, एंड दे हैव टू स्टडी दैट. Click on this, then the it's not playing over here, but the person speaks from the on the voice over form, and then he explains the policy. When the policy is being explained to the person, then the question round starts. Like, बस वो एक वीडियो दिखा के मैं बंद कर देता हूँ, ये वाला 1 minute. So this plays the video. इसमें आ नहीं, आपने देखा हाँ चल रहा है इसमें ना, आप दिखा दीजिए एक बार, क्लिक कीजिए, उसमें नहीं आ रहा ना, बंद हो गया उसका। हाँ जी, हाँ आ गया, जा दीजिए, जा दीजिए, जा दीजिए। One training part of the
This is Steve, a market analyst. She's attending a one-day event organized by a consultancy company. The morning and early afternoon will be devoted to a seminar on future challenges in the energy markets. The rest of the day and evening will be spent socializing, including attendance at a sports event being sponsored by the host. This program will update her on recent developments in the business.
Website का issue होगा इसमें. So I'll explain the same. इसके वीडियो 1 मिनट के बाद में the question comes and you have to click the answer. If you don't click the wrong answer, it will explain but move ahead with the same.
A good chance to network with colleagues from other
Get recorded then and there. The person like finishes the training, he gets the result there. उसको मेल पे रिजल्ट आ जाता है, ऑटोमेटिकली मेल पहुंच गई मैनेजर के पास, आपको within 38 days if the intervention demands that. Certain times intervention demands 7 days. Behavior training में
What's your name?
30 days. Some technical part training is there, उसने रिश्वत लेनी बंद कर दी 7 days. So it depends on the intervention. Reaction के बाद मैनेजर का फीडबैक कब लेना है, कंपल्सरीली देना होगा उसको, वरना वार्निंग लेटर इशू हो जाते हैं. Similar way the MIS report comes, and similar way the complete reaction taken from the finance department, वो उनको भरना होता है and automatically embed होके हमारे पास आ जाता है. We share the same as well.
Your seminar pack and your badge.
I'm not.
And if you put your business
वो ऐसे होती है. We share the cluster report. जैसे हमने अगर training of trainers की है, we share the entire report with the organization and it gets uploaded in the website.
According to this poll, there'll be a surprise later on at the evening
Anyone
buffet.
can go and learn कैसे क्या है, कौन से 5 levels हैं और कर सकते हैं उसके बाद. That's it, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Dekta. Thank you so much.
There you go. Thank you very much. Have a pleasure.
All right, so we have come to the end of all the presentation. Thank you, everyone, and a big round of applause for yourselves. The jury would take around 20 minutes to tabulate all their recordings. So in the meanwhile, we can break for tea, but do come back in 20 minutes sharp, right? So 20 minutes means 4:20, huh? 15 minutes. Okay, 4:35. Thank you.
And here one. Where did you save the file? No, it's ये मेरी है अभी लगाइए एक सेकंड में जब चेक कर लेती हूँ नहीं आ मैंने अपनी पेन ड्राइव यूज करी थी जहाँ तक मेरे को पेन ड्राइव शायद डाला था पता कर ले एक बार आप पता कर लीजिए क्योंकि जहाँ तक मेरे को ध्यान है उन्होंने अपनी डाली थी हेलो हो गए हाँ हाँ अब रिजल्ट है रिजल्ट है बदल से कहीं नहीं रखना है ये चेयर्स हटा दो बैटिंग नहीं क्या ज्यादा मत रखो या तो 2 ही अभी वो अवार्ड्स कहाँ देंगे फिर मुझे नहीं पता मैं बोल रही हूँ अवार्ड्स कहाँ देंगे नीचे यहाँ पे अच्छा मैं पता कर लेता हूँ ठीक है एक बार ना जोशी सर है पीछे जोशी सर से पता कर
यार एक पानी रख देना मेरे पास
जी सर जी बिल्कुल कदम पानी की बोतल है पीछे हाँ नहीं है
पीएम यहाँ पर आओ सेल्फी ले लेते हैं। आ जाओ सर, आप भी आ जाओ। यूनियन बैंक टीम है ना, आप मुझे वो भेजोगे व्हाट्सएप में, जवाब में ये भी भेज दूंगा। हाँ, नंबर व्हाट्सएप करेंगे तो सबसे कब तक है पहले कोरोना भी थे, लेकिन दोनों से
Sure.
मैम ये उठाना पड़ेगा ना, और ये अभी है, इसका इसका काम अभी है, जब मैडम बोलेंगी तो ये हटेगा हटेगा।
मैं बोल देती हूँ,
ठीक है,
मैं सर
ये
पानी
खुला हुआ है तो हटवा देंगे।
ये मैं हटवा देती हूँ, सब करवा देती हूँ। ठीक है।
नहीं अशोक जी तुम बताइए, अशोक जी प्रेसिडेंट देगा ना, प्रेसिडेंट देगा ना।
श्वेता
नटराज बुके देगा, नटराज बुके देगा और एक कान नहीं है ना। ये ना वो पड़ेगी
ये सारी चीजें हटा दे, पानी की बोतल भी नहीं रखनी है, ये कंप्यूटर हटा दे, ठीक है, ये भी हटा दे, ये भी हटा दे, पानी की बोतल भी हो रही है, हटा दे।
किसको पढ़ा पढ़ा जाता है, तू अनुभव वाले को क्या है, उसका नाम नोट करना है, ये बैठा है ना, और प्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ अवार्ड अवार्ड तो नहीं कर रहा है, अवार्ड में बदल जाता है, करना में खड़े रहना, हाँ आप करेंगे तो ठीक है, दे देंगे आपको, इसके बाद आप करेंगे बाकी पहले दिला देना, बाकी तो तीन के चार है ना कमेंडेशन, वो आपको दिखा देता हूँ किताब तीन है ना सर कमेंडेशन कहाँ है वो किसके पास ये तो सिर्फ सर्टिफिकेट है,
हाँ सर्टिफिकेट,
ये क्या क्या देंगे
सर्टिफिकेट यहाँ से तो हाँ और ये
क्या है ये
चार्ट है
मेरे को ना इस पेन ये हटा दो, माइक लगा रहेगा। ये मेरा है। पॉज कर लो। बोल रही थी ना उसको। आएगी
डिस्प्ले इससे दे रखी आपने पोडियम पे,
पर वो मना कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पे नहीं चलेगा।
ये भी शेयर स्क्रीन है, यहाँ तो दिखाना पड़ेगा ना पब्लिक को, वैसे वो जा रहा है,
ये भी बात सही है।
प्रोजेक्टर पे
पूछ लो एक बार,
प्रोजेक्टर चलाना नहीं चलाना, अगर प्रोजेक्टर चलाना है तो फिर देखिए, नहीं चलाना तो हटा दीजिए।
मैं बात करती हूँ।
उधर रख दोनों उठा के, आप अपने पास रखो, आप वहाँ बैठे हो, वहीं पे रखो सामने लैपटॉप।
मैं यहाँ पे नहीं बैठी ना, मैं वहाँ पे हूँ।
यहाँ पे किसी को दे दो मैम, तो लेके बैठ जाए।
हाँ मैम यहाँ पे लेके बैठ सकते हैं। ये कर दो, इसकी कनेक्टिविटी वहाँ से कर दो, ये ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। एक मिनट रुको, मेरे को ये कॉपी करने दो। ये लो भैया।
ये भी बता दो।
मैम
पता नहीं क्या है, जब पूछ रही हूँ तुम भी तो खाओगी क्यों? लो। लो। टपकेगा।
We'll be starting the award ceremony in another couple of minutes. Please settle down, everyone. Thank you so much. Please switch off your individual mics on your table. Just see if these are on. Just switch those off. Yeah, there. Yeah. No, don't switch it on. Just switch it off.
Straight up there. I've read all about your system and how it works.
It gives us immense pleasure to welcome our chief guest, Professor Rita Bahuguna Joshi. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request our national president, Dr. Nataraj Ray, to felicitate Professor Rita Bahuguna Joshi with a bouquet.
Leave it. Arif, flowers ले जाओ. It's so heavy.
Okay.
The presentations were done here only?
I would also request our director, Dr. Joshi, to felicitate Ma'am Rita Bahuguna Joshi.
हाँ, सामने से.
Thank you. I now invite the Chairman Innovation Training Practices Award, Dr. S.B. Mitra, to give his welcome address. Dr. Mitra.
Welcome address.
लाइन भी कट गया, उधर का वीडियो भी गड़बड़ा गया, उधर का वीडियो तुरंत गड़बड़ाया।